Sending data. Streaming on one platform. Let's double check our bit rate. Stream manager. Bitrate looks good. We're about to go live. WoW. And nightly. Oops. WoW. All right, guys. So tonight we're going to be doing WoW Hardcore and nightly news number 7. And we also have in Hardcore WoW, I will finally spend my talents on my No-Talent Shaman, but I have to hit level 25 first. So we'll ramp it up with some of these videos and political analysis, and then we'll also get into spending some of these talent points tonight. And I may dip into my second ever returning game for Dota 2 tonight. We will see if we have time for that, but we will give it a try. And it was a little fun last night watching how much, man, I got owned. So that is what we've got for tonight on the books. And I've got some pretty interesting announcements. I hope. I mean, these are the press briefings. There's 3 of them. And I also have information regarding the dark matter debate that we had last night, and there was literally an update on dark matter theory posted today after 3 years of research. So it's an insane coincidence, and I'm very interested to kind of hear what this has to say and get into it. I looked into it a little bit first. I normally don't pre-watch videos or anything like that because I want the responses to be organic. But this one I was curious about just to learn about, and I was like, oh my goodness, this really is imperative for us to hit because it definitely connects to what we were talking about last night. So hopefully some of the same people hop in and we can continue that discussion. We will see though. We will see. Done. This channel is now live. And we will see though. We will see. Got to make sure all of the channels are actually muted properly. Give it a like, give it a subscribe, give it the notification bell, give it all the things. It definitely helps. I'm a brand new streamer, and kind of been my dream to do this for about 5 years actually. So thank you for being here, and please support the channel. I've actually pretty shocked at how much it actually helps. Um, the small, like just small little likes and small little follows and subscribes and all that kind of stuff, follow on Twitch and all that. It's massive, especially when you are a newer channel. So I really appreciate the support, so thank you very much, and let's get going. The first thing that we're going to watch, and again, I'm just going to go level. Once we ding 25, we can spend all of our talent points. We've got 15 unspent. This will give us 16 and a nice little power boost, even if we go for some crazy meme build. I've got an idea of kind of where we're going, but I'd like chat to participate and weigh in. And if I am outweighed and you guys have a more goofy build or some other fun ideas, we can do that instead. I do not mind. So we'll see how it goes. And here is the first video.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I see a lot of us are very festive in our green. Peter Ducey, I like it. First today, I want to address the devastating tornadoes and storms that have impacted many states throughout the South and the Midwest. As of this morning, more than 40 innocent lives have been lost, and many communities have been totally destroyed. The president has been actively monitoring the situation and the Trump administration is engaged with governors and local officials to restore affected communities and livelihoods. Everyone impacted is in our prayers, and President Trump is fully prepared to assist state and local officials as they recover from the horrific damage. The president has had a very busy weekend, making our country and the world a much safer place. President Trump ordered decisive military action against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. These Houthi terrorists have engaged in piracy, violence, and terrorism against American ships for years under the Biden administration, costing billions of dollars and putting innocent lives at risk. Joe Biden's pathetic weakness invited these unacceptable attacks. But there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Donald Trump. And the world is officially on notice. America has a commander in chief whose peace through strength approach is unwavering and should not be tested. As the president said, no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing throughout the world. Houthi terrorists and their Iranian backers should not cross President Trump again, and the president has made that clear today. On another important matter,
It's really interesting how the world is responding to the deportations. I'm curious to see how it continues to respond.
President Trump signed a proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by the foreign terrorist organization Tren de Aragua. At the president's direction, the Department of Homeland Security carried out a counterterrorism operation deporting nearly 200 violent Tren de Aragua terrorists, which will save countless American lives. Thanks to the great work of the Department of State, these heinous monsters were extracted and removed to El Salvador, where they will no longer be able to pose any threats to the American public. Tren de Aragua is one of the most ruthless terrorist gangs in the world, and they are responsible for some of the most heinous crimes that have occurred in our nation's history in recent years, including the savage murders of beautiful Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray. President Trump promised Laken and Jocelyn's families during his campaign that he would demand justice for their beautiful girls, and that's exactly what he did. As the president acknowledged during his inaugural address on January 20th, he pledged to invoke this act, and he has no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions. President Trump will continue his historic efforts to seal the border and prevent these illegal invaders from coming here in the first place. As the New York Times is acknowledged over the weekend, President Trump's policies are working. Here's how the Times summed it up. Illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border are down to their lowest level in decades. Once crowded migrant shelters are empty. Instead of heading north, people stranded in Mexico are starting to return home in bigger numbers. The border is almost unrecognizable from just a couple of years ago, when hundreds of thousands of people from around the world were crossing into the United States every month in scenes of chaos and upheaval. This is the Trump effect in action. And again, those are the words from the New York Times. We didn't need a border security bill. We just needed President Trump. All of these actions taken together are contributing to a wave of optimism about the direction of our great country. According to brand new polling from NBC News, more registered voters say the United States is heading in the right direction than at any point since early 2004. Americans support President Trump's common sense approach that's getting our country back on track in record time. Meanwhile, the president's critics can't say the same. That same new NBC poll also found that the Democrat Party has reached an all-time low in popularity.
Which is crazy. And I'm actually curious as to why a news source that has been doing stuff like lying about the Biden's mental state and stuff like that is openly posting information about how their party is struggling within their party and how their approval ratings are at an all-time low. Now, are why would they release this information if they are like CNN, if they are known to have been very disingenuous? Are they turning over a new leaf, or are they opening up the doorway for the party to start reforming itself? or are they actually lying? And there's like another manipulation going on here. So we question everything, right and left, because all we are being fed is lies for some sort of motive and agenda. And I shouldn't say all we're being fed, but like it really feels that way, right? When both sides are arguing for the same things that they used to support, and then all of a sudden, just because the other party is openly supporting it, they switch sides and they're yelling at each other and stuff like that. So it's very interesting. So here we are trying to take a common sense approach, like not using the word common sense as like a clickbait thing like the news is using today, like literally common sense. Uh, Thinking about what has happened, what will happen, and also weighing in on the human condition to maybe help predict the direction that our nation is actually going to end up going. So if you're interested in that, please tune in, and we do the nightly news quite regularly, actually. Um, but I am trying to get other content in here with like gaming nights and other such heavy, thoughtful topics and debates and things like that. Uh, Whether it's regarding science or Christianity, even last night we had a interesting conversation regarding creationism and even dark matter and stuff like that. So if any of this sounds interesting, please uh, give us the follow, give us the like, and check us out. Anyway, we'll hear a little more of this announcement, right? And then she's going to take all those questions from the press, which I think is absolutely fantastic because we kind of get another glimpse sometimes into other topics that maybe the White House press release is maybe not addressing or avoiding or whatever. And then we can kind of see how the White House itself would respond, like impromptu sometimes even. So without further ado, let's take it away.
Popularity. It turns out when you let your hatred of President Trump get in the way of doing what is best for America, the people reject you. Who would have thought? Joining us today in our new media seat is Kelly Meyer. She is a White House correspondent with News Nation. News Nation started in 2021 and is one of America's fastest growing cable news networks with a focus on news for all of America. It's part of a larger ecosystem, Nexstar, which is home to News Nation, the political website The Hill, the broadcast network The CW, and local Nexstar stations. With that, kick us off, please, Kelly.
Thank you, Caroline. What do you say to Americans who want safe streets but are concerned due process is being violated?
The president is.
Okay, so I'm not sure how I feel about the due process argument, but I have heard something recently. Or we'll see what she has to say. But I heard something recently about the deportations of like the gang criminals and the due process situation and the way that the law was read to deport a bunch of them uh, recently and how it was challenged with the whole due process argument. And this was the argument that was presented, if there is essentially a loophole built into the law to address like, I think the loophole was, oh, we can classify this as an invasion because there is so many people coming across the border. Um, well, in the case of an invasion, apparently it's written into the law that the part of the due process is literally just expediting it. So that that essentially is the due process. The due it's allowed to go fast. So when people ask why weren't they given due process? Well, they were. It was just an expedited version of due process. Now, whether you don't agree that it should be able to be expedited, that's a different argument. So we need to make sure that we're talking about this accurately and correctly. And if what I've kind of heard is accurate regarding that whole due process perspective, then maybe there's some weight to that, and we should be talking about it a little differently instead of just shouting about due process, because I feel like a lot of people don't even really quite know what that means. Anyway, we'll see what she has to say about this.
Using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law abiding American citizens. And this administration is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting illegal criminal aliens. And as you saw this past weekend, the president used his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to deport foreign terrorists. Tren de Aragua is now a designated foreign terrorist organization. And as I said, there were nearly 200 Tren de Aragua members who were sent to El Salvador this weekend. Countless lives will be saved because of this action. And if you talk to the families, the Angel families, as I mentioned, Blake and Riley and Jocelyn Nungray, they understand the grave cost of life at the hands of these illegal terrorists. And the president is proud to deliver on that promise for them.
And just to follow up on that, this will be challenged later today in the courts. Does the president, does this allow him to defy the court order without having the checks and balances?
Okay, well, maybe I don't exactly know what she's talking about, but this question feels a little disingenuous because it wasn't necessarily Trump. In this situation, it was not Trump defying the judge who said, send them back. It was. The situation was that when they got the order to send them back, they were already in international waters, and the response was, well, it's too late. They're already in international waters. Now, I could see a stronger criticism, not, oh, he, like a blanket like accusation, he's defying the courts. I could see a stronger criticism being, well, if you were going to expedite the process, why didn't you like notify the courts or something like that? But maybe that's not needed actually in the way the law is written. And I mean, obviously, if you think it should be written differently, then that's a different conversation altogether, right? So yeah, because the news should know that aspect of the situation. They should know that the Tren de Aragua guys that were getting sent out to El Salvador were already in the international waters um, when they got that notification to send them back. And it was also kind of a weird demand, asking to send them back specifically, because they were actually being asked to send back the entire plane and not just, hey, return the 5 members that we need you to return for like some sort of court hearing or something like that. I think that's what it was. It was like, I could be wrong, but I think it was like a court hearing or something. But yeah, they didn't actually ask to just, hey, when you get there, send these 5 back, which maybe they could have responded to, and maybe they would have even said yes to, but they were demanding send like the whole plane back. It sounded like. I could be wrong about that, but that's what it sounded like. So yeah.
In the separation of power?
No, in fact, this administration acted within the confines of the law, again, within the president's constitutional authority and under the authority granted to him under the Alien Enemies Act. We are quite confident in that, and we are wholly confident that we are going to win this case in court. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. If you guys can't send 200 Tren de Aragua terrorists at a time to El Salvador, where are you going to send them instead?
It's a very good question. You'd have to ask the courts and the people on the left who are trying to fight this administration for doing the business that this president sought out to do, which is to deport these foreign terrorists. And we're very grateful to President Bukele and to El Salvador for accepting these heinous monsters where they will face justice.
And if these guys are terrorists at war with the United States, is President Trump considering anything more lethal to address them than just...
It's an interesting question. Are they a terrorist organization, the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang, at war with the U.S.? I mean, they're doing a lot of terrible things. I guess you could maybe see it in that light, where you would say that they're at war. But really, I think they're just exploiting and taking advantage of people and attacking people individually, rather than it being like a direct war. Um, that's interesting. I don't know about that. I got to think about that. I'm sure that's a valid perspective to take. I'm sure it is, but I still want to think about that a little more.
sticking them on a plane somewhere else?
Well, it's sounded like you had a little bit of curiosity in the premise of your question, so I want to address it. These are designated foreign terrorists. The president signed a proclamation on February 20th, 2025, designating TDA as a foreign terrorist organization that was in consultation with the Attorney General and the Secretary of Treasury. That was pursuant to 8 U.S. Code 1189. The president has the right to do that. And I think nobody would argue that Tren de Aragua should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. If you want to have that argument, I'm happy to do it. These are heinous monsters, rapists, murderers, kidnappers, sexual assaulters, predators who have no right to be in this country, and they must be held accountable.
And something different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's
Yeah. Unnamed low-level French politician asking to send the Statue of Liberty back. What a silly thing. Like, I mean, obviously, why even entertain this question? It's just for a goofy, fun soundbite for the news to like report on. It's kind of wasting our time, but it's also wasting everyone's time to have people be that inflammatory and say, if you're gonna do X, Y, or Z that I don't agree with, send the Statue of Liberty back, which is kind of strange.
only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
Is the administration prepared to give the court what it wants in terms of the time of the flights that departed, that went to El Salvador, and some of those details that the judge is asking for in trying to determine the timing? Clearly, the 5 named individuals were not deported.
That's
in
right.
Compliance, but looking more broadly, wanting to know about the timing of flights and so forth, because the verbal order did say turn around the flights if there's an issue. So is the administration prepared to provide that information?
I'm prepared to provide it right now. All of the planes that were subject to the written order, the judge's written order, took off before the order was entered in the courtroom on Saturday. And the administration will, of course, be happily answering all of those questions that the judge poses in court later today.
And for people who have due process questions about making certain that there wasn't anyone who was swept up who did not meet the criteria that you laid out, is there a way for the administration to provide more detail about how that was determined, who the individuals were that met this deportation order?
Yes, I can assure the American people that Customs and Border Patrol and ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are sure about the identities of the individuals who were on these planes and the threat that they pose to our homeland. They take
It's just so insane that there's actually a party of people that are so opposed to one politician because for some reason they think opposing absolutely everything is the only right answer. It's insane that they are bringing themselves to this very radical side where they are essentially defending not just the terrorists and gang members, but the actions of them. Like, you're inadvertently defending their actions to like rape and attack people by saying it's not okay to deport them or something like that. What do you want to do? Waste our tax dollars by keeping them in our prisons? I mean, if we want to, if we need to keep our prison numbers low, and if why not send them to like a prison elsewhere? Basically, like I don't understand why not. I mean, I'm just your average Walmart American over here. Maybe there is a reason, but I haven't really heard a good one. If you are in the stream, or if you've got like, if you're watching later and you're watching YouTube or something like that, and maybe you could leave a comment. But I'd be very curious to know if people have, because I have not heard anything that seems justified or valid in criticizing proper criticism against getting rid of these criminals or imprisoning them or whatever it might be. Because it seems pretty radical to defend that and to say, no, we shouldn't get rid of them. We shouldn't deport them. We shouldn't imprison them essentially, is what it is leading towards. So I'm curious to see if people have found what those strongest arguments are that that side might have, because I can't fathom anything that would make sense. Why are they taking this stance? It almost seems like it's a clown show and they're doing it to, here's my tinfoil hat theory on this, destroy the party. It's like they're trying to kill the party for two goals. One, to actually, well, I'll give my less extreme reason for why now. We've talked about it earlier. I'm not going to get into it too heavily. Um, but oh gosh, you go there, you go here, you go here, and I think I'm safe. Let's make sure that these guys get dead before I pull a third, and then we can hit play. Maybe we'll just hit play now. But yeah, I can't remember what I was saying, but basically it's not good. It's not good to be defending this stuff, and I don't think that there's going to be any good arguments. And oh yeah, and it seems almost like they are trying to maybe destroy the party's image so much that they can later say something like, "Oh, we have a new person in the Democratic Party, for example, and they are the reform. They're the leader of. They're going to be like leading the. They're going to lead the Reformed Democratic Party, and we're new and we're different now to like gain America's trust again. So it's like they have to fall extremely far, doing things like defending terrorists, um, which is why their poll numbers are so darn low. They're down to like 20, well, last I checked, CNN even reporting, this is not like Fox or anything, this is CNN reporting, right? 29% approval rating within the party itself. And there might be specific reasons for that that are besides like just being angry at the party members because they're not stopping Trump. There might be other reasons to that. But yeah, it's just interesting that it's almost like they're trying to kill the party so that maybe they fall so far that the Democratic Party is so desperate that when they have their next candidate for the presidency, it'll almost be like this huge breath of fresh air, and people will go, "Oh yes, this person will save us," and they'll basically be the savior of the Democratic Party, being esteemed as essentially their savior. So that's kind of what I'm anticipating. I have another theory. I've talked about it before, but it is a little more um, worrisome if the other option happens. But we'll get into that later if we have time.
This incredibly seriously. They are putting
Or if
their
you're
lives on
curious.
the line to deport these designated terrorists from our country, and they should be trusted to do that. And that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to follow up on that, then, so you're saying definitively the administration can prove everyone that was put on those flights to El Salvador was either a member of Tren de Agua, MS-13, or some other entity.
We've already provided the breakdown in the effort.
Yeah, of course they can. I mean, the prison in El Salvador would not have accepted these people as members of Tren de Aragua if they weren't. That's another international leader that would be putting themselves on the line. If they were taking these members in as Tren de Aragua members disingenuously. What a silly question. Of course they know that these people were members of Tren de Aragua. Okay, whatever.
Of transparency about the 261 illegal aliens who were deported. 137 of those were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. 101 of those were Venezuelans removed via Title VIII, which, as you know, are just regular immigration proceedings. And 23 of them were MS-13 Salvadorian gang members. There were also 2 MS-13 ringleaders as part of that group of 23 who President Bukele particularly expressed his gratitude for their return so he can demand justice in his home country. Jennifer.
What criteria, though, other than, say, tattoos or maybe being in the wrong place at the wrong time, are they using to determine that someone is actually a member of one of these organizations?
Bro, if all they had were those tattoos that basically are only acquired and given and say that they're members of this gang, if that's all they had as identification, it would be good enough. I think. Right? But there's definitely other ways to identify this. Again, the international leadership uh, union with El Salvador in addressing the problem of these criminals, where the is he a president? I don't know. Has thanked us for returning some of these members that he wants to bring to justice. Yeah, obviously, like they know what they're doing here. Whatever. It's just interesting to like question things so heavily when it's logically so obvious. But maybe it's good to. I mean, that's what this stream is actually about. It's about questioning everything. But the spirit in which these questions are being asked almost feels like a gotcha rather than like actual questioning.
Intelligence and the men and women on the ground in the interior of our country who are finally being allowed to do their jobs. Their hands were tied under the previous administration, and as I said, they take their jobs very seriously. They should be trusted and respected by the American public with this operation. And of course, as I said to Kelly, the administration will provide all details to the questions that the court poses. Jennifer.
One more follow up on that. Can you say how much the U.S. is paying El Salvador to imprison these Venezuelans?
That is a good question. I was curious because we're going to be paying to put these people there for a year. I'm assuming the costs to have them be detained essentially in this prison, or I guess imprisoned. They're not detained; they're imprisoned. Uh, I'm assuming that because the dollar is different in El Salvador, that it's going to be cheaper for us to keep them there for a year, essentially, um, than to keep them in our own country. And surely part of the reason for the deportation is the fear that, well, if we keep them here, who's to say a judge might not just release these actually violent, now labeled terrorist organization gang members? Who's to say they won't follow previous actions where these men are just released into society again and people suffer like by like I was gonna say about like by the hands of and then their wrath and stuff like that, but people are gonna suffer from having these people in the country. So if they are released f- from a prison from El Salvador, I doubt they're going to be like sent back to America, but they might have their stay in El Salvador extended for another year or with another deal, or maybe they just actually get sent to the country that they are supposed to be from. I think Venezuela, Nicaragua, right? So we'll see what actually ends up happening, but that seems like the logical conclusion.
And then a different question on Russia. I was wondering if you could give us an update on the ceasefire negotiations, and is there anything you can share on the list that Putin passed along to President Trump for the things he's requesting?
Sure. To your first question, it was approximately $6 million to El Salvador for the detention of these foreign terrorists. And I would point out that is pennies on the dollar in comparison to the cost of life and the cost it would impose on the American taxpayer to house these terrorists in maximum security prisons here in the United States of America. And I would echo the message of our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who expressed his gratitude to President Bukele and El Salvador's government for their cooperation in this deal. As for Russia, as you know, the president announced last night on Air Force One on his return from his very
That was very close. Level 27, dark orange, not getting taunted, almost killing me, kinda, with a double pull. And if you didn't know, I am on my talent shaman. 0 talents have been spent. But we're going to be spending them today. I'm so close to hitting 25, and we're spending them all once I hit 25. But we're going to be doing a meme build, or a build that, the chat and the stream would like to see me do instead. And maybe you guys have a better idea for goofy meme talent spending that wouldn't necessarily be meta, but it would be hopefully, similar to a 0 talent build because we're spending the talents, but they are going to be spent in a silly way, if you guys want. I have my own idea, but of how I would do this, but we'll see what happens later once I ding 25. Okay, let's go.
Busy weekend in Florida, that he will be speaking to President Putin tomorrow. I won't get ahead of those negotiations, but I can say we are on the 10th yard line of peace, and we've never been closer to a peace deal than we are in this moment. And the president, as you know, is determined to get one done. Sure, Caitlin.
I have two questions for you. One on the flights, but first on the president's post overnight, saying that the pardons that were issued by President Biden preemptively to members of the January 6th committee, that they're now null and void. Have attorneys here at the White House told President Trump that he has the legal authority to undo a pardon simply because it was signed by auto pen, as he said?
The president was begging the question that I think a lot of journalists in this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time to finally admit that, but we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump.
Well, and also as evident, his cognitive decline is evidenced by the fact that they said, oops, never mind, it's in decline because he did poorly in a debate. Here's Kamala. Like they obviously they shouldn't be arguing this because they literally were the ones that made that decision. Okay. Okay, I feel like he's gonna pull some, so I'm a little worried here.
During the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that did the president even know about these pardons? Was his legal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think it's a question that everybody in this room should be looking into, because certainly that would propose perhaps criminal or illegal behavior if staff members were signing the President of the United States autograph without his consent.
Biden is on the record talking about issuing preemptive pardons to these people.
But was he aware of his signature being used on every single pardon? That's a question you should ask the Biden White House.
Is there any evidence on that he wasn't aware of it?
Well, it's not she's asking, is there any evidence on that? Well, no, the point is we need to look into that, is what she said, because the left and the right at one point in time were asking the same question, posed initially by the left, wondering if Biden actually knew that he was signing these things. She literally just said it. What? Why? Okay.
You're a reporter. You should find out.
Okay,
Sean.
Oh my gosh. I wish I could share this with you, Chels, but you didn't hear it. My wife's sitting next to me. It was a huge burn. Oh, man.
I have a question on the timeline of the flights. You keep talking about the judge's written order, which hit the docket Saturday night at about 7:26 p.m. But he issued a verbal order before that at about 6:45 and 6:48 p.m. based on the court hearing. A verbal order from the bench. Does the White House feel the need to comply with a verbal order from this judge?
Oh, she got another question. After getting burned that hard? It's just interesting. Okay, okay. Ah,
Again, as I said, all of the planes subject to the written order of this judge departed U.S. soil, U.S. territory before the judge's written order.
yeah, why are we asking the same question again, man? This is getting annoying.
But what about the verbal order, which of course carries the same legal weight as a written order, and said for the planes to turn around if they were
Well,
in the air?
there's actually
Oh, actually, never mind. I take that back. That is a good question to see if there's a distinction there. Interesting. Okay.
questions about whether a verbal order carries the same weight as a legal order as a written order, and our lawyers are determined to ask and answer those questions in court. Sean.
Hey, so on Friday, the president suggested at length that it should be illegal to criticize judges, but he has repeatedly criticized judges who rule against him, and Elon Musk is calling for impeachment of judges who have opposed the administration. So, how are those two things not in conflict?
I have not heard the president talk about impeaching judges. I know you mentioned Mr. Musk's tweet, but I have not heard the president of the United States ask that. Mary.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this video I saw this morning set to the tune of, I believe, Closing Time about deportations of illegal migrants. What's the strategy behind the White House's videos they've been putting out on this, and can you kind of talk us through the thinking on these videos?
Sure. I think the White House and our entire government clearly is leaning into the message of this president. And we are unafraid to double down and to take responsibility and ownership of the serious decisions that are being made. The president was elected with an overwhelming mandate to launch the largest mass deportation campaign in American history, and that's exactly what he is doing. And to this very day, we are now, I think, 56 or 7 days into the administration by my count.
I mean, it is interesting rhetoric for her to say that, and for every time they say that Trump was given a mandate by the American people to deport people. Well, it's a little to be honest. I mean, it is a little disingenuous to say that because the hold up, because it's you're assuming that people voted for Trump because of like that issue. What if they just supported everything else he said and this was the one thing that they didn't support? I mean, I'm sure they did, but it's weird to say that this was the maybe I don't understand the usage of the word choice, but to say like he was given this mandate directly essentially by the American people. I mean, it's it's kind of not directly given. It's like, oh yeah, he ran on a bunch of things, and they're claiming that this is one of the primary things that people wanted to see, and it's possible. But I want to be fair, and I'm not quite sure that you can actually say that this is exactly what the American people asked for or wanted. I mean, some people did, but how do you know that every single person that voted for him in that overwhelming majority, as they put it, actually wanted this? I mean, they probably did, but it's just something I like to wonder when I hear these claims being made. And I haven't brought that up before, so I figured I'd mention it.
The president still receives an overwhelming public support for the policies that he is enacting. So we are unafraid to message effectively what the president is doing on a daily basis to make our communities safer. And the specific video you referenced, I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. First, will President Trump put sanctions on Russia if the talks on Tuesday don't go as hoped? And secondly, have any illegal immigrants self-deported through CBP home yet?
To your first question, it's something the president has floated, and certainly he's willing to do if necessary. I don't have anything to read out, and I would never get ahead of the president on such a serious decision. To your second question about the CBP Home app, I would have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security, but it's a great question, and we're very proud to repurpose this app, which the Biden.
Yeah, I was. I thought that was a pretty good question as well. I wonder if any people have actually used that app to self-deport. And I'm surprised that she doesn't know the answer, actually. She's pretty well informed on these kind of things. So I'm curious as to why. It's probably because no one's actually doing it. um, but yeah.
Administration abused to facilitate the mass illegal entry of illegal immigrants into our country. It was like a fast pass at Disneyland. That's not happening under this administration. We are encouraging illegal immigrants to actively self-deport to maybe save themselves from being in one of these fun videos. Sure. John, good to see you.
After President Trump strafe-bombed the Houthis yesterday, he said that if they retaliate, he was going to personally hold Iran accountable for that. Holding them accountable, what would that look like?
Well, I would defer you to what the president put out this morning, John, where he said very clearly, I will read it, let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen, who are hated by the Yemeni people, are all created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They are dictating every move, giving them the weapons, supplying them with money and highly sophisticated military equipment, and even so-called intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran. And Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire. That is a statement from the President of the United States just moments ago. I have nothing additional to share, but our message to Iran is you better take this president seriously, and I think the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said in my opening remarks, there's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels and U.S. naval ships. Those actions will not be tolerated. Sure, Edward.
Yes, Caroline, on the economy. So after mostly a down week last week in the economy, you've been very vocal as well as other cabinet members about how we're in a transition and about how this economic transition and there's a plan, a long-term plan for tariffs on this. How concerned is the president that the markets and Americans, for lack of a better term, will freak out over these tariffs and be concerned about a long-term plan?
Sure. I think I've been asked this question and answered this question respectfully, Edward. We are in a period of transition. The president has made that clear. He also has made his belief in tariffs and what they will do for our great country clear, restoring wealth back to our country. And if you look at the president's first-term economic formula, massive deregulation, tax cuts, lowering the cost of living with an energy boom, which the American people can expect soon. Wall Street and Main Street should both be assured by what President Trump did in his first term. It's the exact same formula. In fact, I would argue it's even better this time around. And if you look at some of the economic indicators in the last week, the latest CPI report last week beat expectations. Inflation is cooling. Core inflation dropped for the first time in 4 months. The national average of the price of gas is down 42 cents from 1 year ago. And there was also a new report out this morning about wholesale egg prices. They continue to fall. A dozen eggs are now $3.10 cheaper since January 24th. First, that's a 47% decrease overall. So,
Hey, Chevy Chaser. Yeah, Jesus loves you too, man. Thank you. Great to see you here. We've been doing what's up? Oh, somebody was asking if I do shortened, edited videos for the VODs. Yeah, I've done some. But yeah, thank you for being here, man. We're doing a little political analysis. We've already done quite a bit about watching the video. The video is 20 minutes. I've been talking for 28. So longer, more talking than the man even. Oh yeah, you found out about me from the layer swaps. That is so awesome. Cool that you're also are you also a Christian? We do have a guild that is largely Christian. You're Footloose? I see you all the time. Oh, cool. You're in my party right now. Yeah, I see you all the time. But yeah, we are a Christian guild. Not everybody is though. They just like the wholesome environment. It's a brand new guild. and I'm actually brand new at streaming too. If you're wondering what I'm doing over here with this shaman, it is an extra hardcore challenge. I've got 0 talents spent on this shaman, and it's been kind of fun kicking butt with 0 talents. But tonight, the big thing is once I ding 25, we're just gonna spend all of them. And if you've got some ideas for like a crazy meme build, I'm totally open to that because I mean, I was originally open to 0 talents, but my guild and the people watching last night were were in tears, crying for me to just spend some of these talent points. So I kind of promised we'd be doing that tonight. Oh yeah, it's definitely brave. My druid is even worse. It's a higher level. It's level 30 now, I believe, 31 maybe. And I spent 7 talent points on it, but it was only into like Nature's Grasp and like 2 out of 3 in Entangling Roots. But I'm also doing 0 Shapeshift on that hero, or whatever you want, tune on that tune. So we've got a, a double challenge. And so last night I was doing only 7 talent points, no shapeshift, level 30 druid in the shimmering flats, fighting level 34 to 35s. And it was quite the ride. It was the biggest challenge I had done. Hardcore, all that kind of stuff going on. It was a bit entertaining, and we were also doing a lot of neat stuff last night. We were debating like dark matter and talking about some scientific things and how it relates to like Earth age, and very interesting. There's actually very coincidental actually. There's been an update to scientific discovery on dark matter posted after 3 years of research posted today. So we're going to watch that video like later, and it'll kind of continue some of the thoughts from yesterday's stream. But yeah. Great to have you in here, Footloose. um, and just let me know if you ever want to join our guild, the Redeemed. We'd love to have you. Brand new guild, but we're growing pretty fast. I've done a lot of guild leadership, and people tend to like flock to guilds that are more wholesome because they're kind of tired of like the relentless, endless trolling and toxicity that can come from guilds that really go unchecked, like a guild that becomes Baron's chat, basically. I mean, while those can be fun sometimes, it can also become tiring for a lot of people. So just let me know. Zero shapeshift. Yeah, the most painful thing about zero shapeshift is no cheetah form. But the reason I think it was one of the original hardcore challenges. When we were doing before official hardcore, when everyone was doing hardcore via the add-on, you could enable additional challenges, and one of the challenges was um, a zero shapeshift for druid. And I think it's because cheetah form, it's like instacast and it's like a huge sprint and stuff like that, um, that you can just pop into. So it makes it definitely harder. But yeah. Yeah, so we're I've got I'm gonna I'm one of my once I can afford it, once I can fund it, the big challenge that I'd like to do. So I'm sticking with the no shapeshift, but I've got a. It's going to be. Oh no! One of my buddies just whispered me that he died. His baby was being fussy, and he went to go take care of his baby, and he drowned. Oh no! Oh, that's rough. He's got like a lot of 60s too, so it's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. It's just one of those things where family distracted him, I guess. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, it undead. I want to do undead female, I'll show you what I mean. This is actually really interesting. I'm really excited about this challenge. So I'm going to log over onto my Undead Warlock, where I've been showcasing what I'm going to do with this next challenge. It's basically fist weapon only, and there aren't very many fist weapons in the game, and you could go warrior or rogue with this. But the reason for fist weapon only is not just because it's a challenge due to the lack of weapons, but also, oops, not creating a character. Kaboom Doom, here we go. Undead female. Now, I don't know if you know this, a lot of people don't, but undead female has an attack animation for unarmed and fist weapon only, where they go on all fours, kind of like the ghouls from Warcraft 3. So this is what it looks like. So they will fight like this on all fours with unarmed weapons. And also if they're unarmed, right? But how cool is that? And also if you're a rogue or a warrior, when you cast Rend or some other like spells and stuff like that, they'll do backflips. So it just seems like a really fun playstyle. Obviously they won't crawl around on all fours, but if they're attacking, like mid-attack, and you're strafing, sometimes it kind of keeps the all fours like animation. So it is pretty fun, I would say. Or at least a fun idea. Yeah, like that, like kept it a little bit as it was swiping. But yeah, so this is just the character I've been showcasing unarmed on. It's a slight challenge on this character. Basically, I'm not allowed to equip something in the main hand. That's it. And it's basically to showcase this unarmed aspect on undead female. It's weird that that doesn't work for the male, but it's like a little Easter egg, and it's like a little homage back to Warcraft 3 ghouls, I think. But I think it's pretty cool. But I'd like to do that soon. Once I can fund the fist weapons. Once I can afford them. Let's see. Go back to Kahboomzie. That real life boss, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna. I think I probably should whisper him and tell him, "Oh no," or something like that. I kind of ignored him by accident. Where is he? Oh, it's in here. Okay. Oh man, he's so bummed about it that he's playing Season of Discovery. You see that? Poor guy. Oh no. Oh, that's rough. Oh, I have no idea how much gold I'd need. I was planning on doing something like this once I hit like maybe level 40, and if I have a whole bunch of extra gold, or I would have like a way to farm something that's a little more gold, like even like some dungeon runs and stuff like that. Um I saw that like at one point, because I'd have to like buy the weapons so that they're ready to go in time, so that the even though it is a challenge, it wouldn't be as much of like a snail's pace, boring thing to watch for like the stream, if I was playing on that character. So I think like some of the weapons were like 15 gold, so that would be like 30 gold at one point, and then obviously higher level ones were even more. But it does, it's you'd have to start the challenge. Um, at level like 16 basically, once you can unlock the first fist weapon. Otherwise it's just going to go super unnecessarily slow, uh and that's not really entertaining. um Doing unarmed until you get fist weapons, because really it's a fist weapon only challenge, but it would start at like level 16, I think, is when you can get the first ones. So but yeah, I'd have to double check the auction house prices. I just remember seeing like, oh, that's like 15 gold, and that I guess I'd need two of them. So so that was the thought anyway. Okay, so but yeah, I'd be I wouldn't really want other people to like fund me in this venture because I mean I I would feel really bad if I like died. It would be something that I would feel really bad like having other people fund, but I could always showcase something like that if I've been kind of debating whether or not I'm going to try out retail just to play around with it, but it also works in retail. And I feel like a lot of people didn't know this about like the undead female for retail either, but like if you're a monk, for example, and you equip the there's like a I think it's like a fist weapon, and it's called uh I think the weapon is called fist wraps. It's a monk only weapon, and it basically makes it look like you're unarmed. So you could be wearing any of your weapons, right? Like any of your main weapons, and it would appear like you're unarmed. Um, and it would still have the same effect of you being on all fours as a monk. And this is in retail. So I might just go that route because that would be like cheaper and faster. Uh, I've downloaded retail. I just got a brand new computer. I've been without a computer for like 6 months, and my computer has been very bad for many years. I've been using these really poor quality Macs that had kept overheating. Even running something as simple as classic WoW, the computer would overheat and it would crash on me, and then everything on my hard drive would be wiped, and then my insurance would say, or not the insurance, but the warranty policy would say something like, "Oh, okay, well, it's still under warranty. The motherboard crashed, so we'll give you we'll gut the motherboard and put a new one in there." And then that new motherboard would crash, and it would happen like once a year. And this has been happening for like 20 years. I've been struggling with this. And I finally saved up enough money to buy a new computer after like these many years. And I'm able to stream on it, which has been a dream of mine for like probably a lot longer than the last 5 years, but for the last 5 years, it's been like very heavy on my mind, thinking I would love to do this. I'd love to stream. So I really appreciate you being here and checking it out. Like every little like and follow and stuff like that, I'm surprised at how much it helps. So yeah, those little like subscribes and follows that people always beg for. I was like, does it really help that much? Especially when you're first starting out. Apparently, it's like massive. Otherwise, they don't take your channel seriously, and it becomes harder for people to even learn who you are, and for people to even see your content and stuff like that. But yeah, I can't wait until I get a third monitor because then I'd be able to actually see the chat like easier. I have to keep tabbing to see the chat with my current setup, but yeah, it's because of the transmog, right? But you have to do something specific with the transmog if you want it to appear for the female undead in retail. You'd have to put the fist wraps. It's treated as a weapon, but it's called the fist wraps, and it makes you unarmed, but it treats it as like an unarmed fist weapon look appearance or something like that. But yeah, you would transmog like so if you have like two swords or whatever it is that are maybe meta BIS and stuff like that, uh, you'd still be able to transmog it down to the fist wraps, I believe, and then you'd be able to use that appearance to make it appear like you're unarmed and fighting on all fours. And I think I saw there was another unique thing where like the undead are like healed, where they have like glowing like white eyes and they're like not corrupted anymore. I haven't played retail in so long. It's been since BFA. My Macs used to be able to handle retail. Like Legion, it was fine. BFA was really struggling. Um, but yeah, that's just the situation, I guess. They kind of can't. They kind of stopped being able to handle them. Uh, Thank you so much, man. Yeah, so I stream on YouTube, I stream on Twitch. People that do stream that have like may started becoming a little, I guess, like not famous, but like more known. They've told me that it would probably be better for me to stream on Twitch and TikTok only, but that sounds bad. I don't like TikTok. I've never used it. Maybe I would like it, but I've never used it. It kind of spooks me because of like some of the controversy surrounding it. And when I tried even making a TikTok account, just because I knew making the socials for this persona would be important, um, I had some weird things happen with my account, like instantly, almost like they were being hacked, it seemed, or like hack attempts were happening. So it was kind of spooky. But I made two accounts, but that only happened to one of them, I guess I should say, not both. Man, I am almost level 25, just a couple more bars and we ding and get to spend all these talent points. Honestly, I don't even like Twitch. I've recently understood, now that I'm streaming on it, I now understood the appeal for Twitch. I never understood the appeal. I would always only watch YouTube. Like, I love Grubby, and for like 3 years, I won't watch his stream. I've only watched like YouTube, right? Um, but the reason I think people haven't I think the appeal for Twitch is actually that people like swapping between different streamers quickly because lets you do that. Like YouTube doesn't give you like a interface where you can have like your favorite streamers on a left bar, and if you are watching somebody and you're like, "Ah, oh, they're AFK," or "Ah, oh, they're boring," or "Ah, oh, an ad started." They probably, I think what they must be doing is people like using it because they must be swapping between their different characters. Um I'm not the different characters, they're different streamers that they like watching. So I think that's why people must like it, because it gives that functionality, while other things kind of don't. Anyway, I guess we should watch a little more of the nightly news. But yeah, it was great meeting you, man. And again, let me know if you want to throw an alt into the guild, or maybe even your tune. I don't know if you're even in a guild on Footloose, but yeah, I've seen you around a lot, and it's great to see you here in the stream. I really appreciate it. um, it's super cool. But yeah,
I think the American people do have great reason to be optimistic about this economy. And as I've said repeatedly, it continues to be true. The administration has a whole of government effort to fix the economic mess created by Biden.
So the president's pointing to that April 2nd tariff deadline, so to speak. Is the tariff back and forth sort of done now? We're just all looking towards April 2nd?
sap.
Well, I think the president would tell you that all options are always on the table, and he's always ready to respond if he feels the United States is being unfairly treated by our allies and also our competitors around the world. But yes, the April 2nd day is a big day for the country, as the president has said. Reciprocal tariffs will go into effect. We'll have more details on that as the date nears, but our entire trade team, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bessent, the vice president has been quite involved in these talks and discussions as well about what that will look like. And the president, as you always do, you will hear from him directly on it. Deborah Saunders, how are you?
Fine, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Former pardon attorney Elizabeth Boyer believes she was fired for refusing to sign off on a move to restore gun rights to actor Mel Gibson. DOJ's Todd
Dude, I
Blanchard
cannot
said,
hear her. So this is an interesting technology that I didn't know they had. You see this little mic that he's holding and pointing in her direction? Well, he's clearly not pointing it properly, but if he actually aims it properly, it picks up her voice like, and that's kind of crazy to me. Anyway, hopefully we'll have the question repeated because it's usually pretty good at picking up their audio, but this question's pretty quiet.
but I want to know, is the administration dedicated to restoring felons who served their times. I ask this because I've talked to people who were pardoned. They felt that was important. Of course, this isn't necessarily for a pardon. What is the president's thinking on this issue?
Sure.
After you've served your sentence, should you have gun rights?
It's an important question. It is one I have not spoken to the president about on his views, but I will take it to him this afternoon. I will tell him.
Yeah, that is an interesting question that she brings up. It sounded like she was saying something about like, would the January 6 people that have been pardoned get their gun rights back or something? Whoa, I don't know what I think about that. I don't. I mean, did they use guns inappropriately? They did a lot of other things that were maybe inappropriate, right? And I don't know enough about it to know, like, honestly, I've only been really looking at politics like for a couple months, brief and barely kind of like considering like some political things over the last like maybe year. And I do have a pretty good memory on what like I've heard different parties say and what I've seen happen and what I've experienced throughout my years being alive, I guess. So I kind of use that and to weigh in on some perspectives because I believe the biggest problem we have in the world is the question of what is true and what is actually happening. And there's so much out there that makes us question reality, especially with like AI and DeepSync, and now with like the news and all of these agendas that are like compounding upon themselves over all these years and becoming more and more and more deceptive, really. So yeah, it's interesting. Both like the right, the left, and how like moderate people are getting pushed aside in and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be probably valuable to look at some of the news every once in a while. Not every night, but and consider some of these things that are being said and look for the motives. Right, look for the motives and the truth behind why a party is supporting something, for example. Is it really altruism or is there something else going on? Do we need to follow the money? That kind of thing. So, yeah.
You asked, and we will get you an answer. You're welcome. Jonathan.
Thanks a lot, Carolina. A question for you regarding the administration complying with judges' orders. I want to ask about an administration spokesperson who's the border czar, Tom Homan. He was on Fox News.
We love Tom Homan.
And he was talking about the deportations, and he said the following. He said, "We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think," which seems to me, just reading that you don't care what orders come from the federal bench. Is that the case? Can you clarify that, please?
Well, I think since you just quoted Tom, I'll quote Tom. He said, "I don't care what the judges think, but I can assure you that the administration is complying with the court order." And as I've said repeatedly from this.
Ooh. Yeah, so that's like he gave a partial quote, didn't he? And I mean, she's in front of the reporters and she's giving maybe a more complete quote. Very interesting. Okay, it's crazy how prepared she is, to be honest. It really is. Like she anticipated that that would be brought up. Um, Now, is she being truthful? I mean, I think so, but we'll see as more information is obviously presented here and there. But yeah, I'm inclined to think that she's being truthful in this because why would she be lying to an entire room of reporters that might be able to instantly question her, right? Um, and that sounds about right in terms of like what I've heard him say in the past as well. So yeah, always felt that the January 6 people were baited. Chevy Chaser, yeah, because it's possible that there were the rabble rousers, right? So like the perspective that I'm assuming is like all things with riots or whatever they might be. People show up, they're like, "Oh, we're protesting," and then there's the people that take it a step too far. And like what we saw in Serbia recently, there are troublemakers that are basically paid actors that the government, this is Serbia, that the government paid to vandalize a town hall or something like that. And it's been kind of proven that the political officials hired these paid actors to be more violent in the peaceful protests that were happening, which then demonized everyone in the area. And they've kind of proven that the people that were actually causing problems in Serbia were police members, or like I don't really know if you can call them police members, but like security almost for the politicians, but a little more obviously than security. I can't quite remember what it was. I don't really understand their political structure too well, but it's interesting because part of me thought like, well, were some of the people kind of like baited into this, as you said. And I'm not really sure what I think about that. It's possible. It definitely is. I have it like the joke that my wife and I say is like when it's a play on like the phrase, "Oh, I don't buy that," or "Oh, like when somebody says something and you don't agree with it, you might say like, "Oh, I don't buy that," you know, "I don't buy that." Um, but so what we say is, "Huh, yeah, that's interesting. I'll put that in my cart. I'll put it in my cart. I'll shop around, you know, I'll think about it." Putting it in the cart is like metaphorical for I'll think about it, you know, and I'll carry it with me for a while. I might consider it, or if we're like, no, I'm putting that back on the shelf, you know, I'm not buying that, you know, I'm not even considering that, you know. So we kind of play with that metaphor a little bit. So that's kind of where I am with it. Like, yeah, it's in my cart, you know, I'm thinking about it. I'd like to see what other information comes out about it as well. But it does seem like there were definitely people that were way worse. And some people just kind of like wandered in because they were like, yeah, let's go in. We're going in now, you know? And I don't even know. We're like doors opened at one point. The people break in, and then did they like open front doors? I don't even know. I haven't looked into it that much. I was just like, January 6th, what? And again, I wasn't really following politics very seriously back then either. And I was just like, yeah, that seems bad. And over the years, I've heard like a lot of things that people have said here and there on it, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense that maybe some people just kind of like wandered in and they weren't really doing anything bad, where other people were like actually stealing and breaking things on purpose. Um, so you know, there's definitely different levels of like severity, and the situation can be kind of a little chaotic, right? If you're in a situation like that with a huge mob of people and you're just kind of like, oh, we're going inside now. Oh, okay. And then you don't realize that it's like a breaking and entering thing. It's possible, right? So I don't really know. I still haven't even looked it up very much, but yeah.
Podium, all of the flights that were subject to the judge's written order departed before the written order, and we are prepared to make that
Send mail
case in
to
court later this afternoon. Reagan.
And then if I could, on Russia, the president, as you pointed out, Caroline, made some remarks on Air Force One coming back from Florida, and he seemed to indicate that the conversation tomorrow concerns essentially dividing up assets, dividing up territory associated with the war in Ukraine. Has President Zelensky given President Trump that authority? Is that what is going to take place tomorrow?
Well, as you know, the president and his entire national security team have been engaged directly with President Zelensky and the Ukrainian team, and that has been part of the discussion between the president's team and the Ukrainians. As for where those lines will be drawn or any specifics, I am not going to get into that from this podium. It would be unwise for me to get ahead of the president's call with President Putin tomorrow. But again, I can assure you, in the effort of transparency, as this president always does, you will hear from him or one of us directly after that phone call tomorrow. Reagan.
There's a lot of focus on the judicial branch right now. The president has about 40 judicial appointments that he could make at this moment. Do you have an update on what the timeline would look like for those judicial appointments? And does the president have a list of potential nominees that he's vetting?
I do not have an update on a timeline, nor do I have a list, but I can certainly have our team gather that for you and provide it. You're welcome. Sure. Go ahead. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. So the president is visiting the Kennedy Center this afternoon to attend a board meeting. A question about what happened a few weeks ago. The Kennedy Center got bomb threats targeting a performance by Shingyun Performing Arts, which is an American company showcasing China before communism. This company has been targeted, unfortunately, by the CCP for years. I'm wondering if this administration has a response to this, and also as the president is putting an emphasis on arts and culture,
what's the administration's message to potentially foreign state actors who are trying to disrupt that in the U.S.?
Don't disrupt it. This administration will take that very seriously and hold you accountable. We obviously condemn any violence or threats of violence against American institutions. And the president will be traveling to the Kennedy Center later this afternoon. I look forward to going with him. As you know, he is now the chairman of the board of the Kennedy Center, where he hopes to restore arts and culture that embrace American tradition, don't disparage it, as we have unfortunately seen over the past several years. The president will be doing a tour of the center. In his business developer mind, I'm sure he will make some recommendations on how the center itself can be improved, but also we'll be discussing perhaps some future plays and musicals and theatrical programs that the center will be hosting under
Interesting.
his new leadership and the board's new leadership.
Huh.
Daniel.
Will the president be discussing with Putin tomorrow the future of Volodymyr Zelensky? Sort of a follow-up to John's question.
Again, I've been asked and answered this question now. I'm not going to get ahead of the president's discussion tomorrow, but after the phone call takes place, I can certainly provide a readout. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier in the briefing that you guys are at the 10-yard line of peace. Given the amount of progress that you've made in such a short amount of time, is that an indictment of the previous administration's foreign policy stance, and is it just more proof that you need to talk to people to sort of get things done?
I think so. I think the previous administration is the reason this war began. As President Trump often says, this war would have never started if he were still in office. It only started because of the incompetence and the weakness of the previous administration.
Yeah, I've thought about that a lot because it's a crazy claim to make that like a war would not have started if I was president, which is something that he's been saying, right? But the more I think about it, the more I think about how passive some of Biden's actions just were, in that I remember talking to people while Biden was still president, going, "Well, why isn't he just negotiating and speaking with Russia, another world power, with with Putin, basically?" And everyone would then say, like Redditors, right? They would be saying things like, "You can't get him to talk because he's hiding in a bunker. He's paranoid," and all these kind of things. Well, I mean, clearly you can get him to talk because this kind of is happening, right? It's going to happen or something, right? So we'll see. We'll see. But it always kind of seems strange to me that like they're saying, "Oh, the president of the United States can't even speak. It's impossible with another world leader." It's just nothing we've never had a problem doing that. So yeah, that is interesting. Oh, you say that January 6th seemed to be the grand finale of the Q movement. I don't know what the Q movement is. What's the Q movement? Maybe I can look it up. I don't know. Let's see. Q movement. What? Far-right American political conspiracy theory movement originating in 2017. Oh. Oh, interesting. So like so you're saying that like, oh yeah, it must have been like Q Anon. This is the movement, and they kind of, yeah, Q would take some explaining. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I pulled it up on like Wikipedia, and they also have it on like BBC and a few other websites, obviously. But yeah, it does seem like a pretty like maybe like conspiracy theory, political radical movement organization or something. Yeah, QAnon. Yeah, that's what I'm looking up. Yeah, and oh, I typed what is Q movement, and like QAnon post popped up. So yeah, I figured that this was it. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is from Wikipedia. Their core belief is that a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic child molesters in league with the deep state is operating a global sex trafficking ring and that Donald Trump is secretly leading the fight against them. That's from Wikipedia. What? How have I never heard about this? You see, I live under a rock because I come I'm a teacher, but I come home. I teach English, just I teach skill based English, like how to do essays, and then I come home and I play WoW Hardcore or I play Dota or something like that. It's only recently that I'm really like, okay, I owe it to my family and maybe to whoever's watching to critically analyze what's going on in the world so at least we understand. And that might be important, to understand and to really see through the lies and the motives and stuff like that. All right, here it is. I think we're about to ding, and then we can spend our talent points tonight on this character. I'm a little nervous. It's been a fun time going, but 16 talent points dumping all at once is also going to be kind of neat. It's going to be interesting to see what that power spike really looks like. We'd get down into this tier or this tier or this tier. Interesting. Bada bing, bada bing, ba boom. Complete quest. Whoa. All right, there it is. Mhm. All right, I'm gonna let the guild know, and I'm gonna let my social know. Okay. Pop into stream. We'll see if people do. I mean, it's kind of distracting when you're like trying to survive in hardcore, and stuff like that. It was kind of neat though. We had a lot of people last night. I was a little surprised actually, especially since I've only, I say a lot, but it was like 4 in YouTube and like 5 or 6 in Twitch, and I was like, "Whoa, I broke 10 people," um, which is a little sad, but I was pretty happy about it because we had some fun, and it's only been like a week, slightly plus, like a week of streaming, so it was kind of cool seeing people interested in what we were doing, and that was kind of neat. So we're gonna get ready to spend these points. And then we'll hear the rest of the video and get into some other conversations and stuff like that. But yeah, thanks. How do I post to here? Okay, live right now, and at this point it just becomes it's just the grind just goes really slow if you're not spending the talent points, and I mean it's possible to do that, but any ideas of where you'd like me to drop them? Here are the ideas. We've got resto, where like we could, instead of just doing healing, we could pick up like literally like some survival things or utility things, or maybe even with like a totem focus, which is definitely not meta. Um, oh, somebody wants a guild invite. And I guess there's some like sustainability with like mana totems and stuff, but I hear that they're not very good. Um, enhancement is definitely super OP. Even like going down here, you could be like, oh, I'm like a mini off tank for some of my dungeons. But there is a way to do that same thing where you're like a mini off tank for your dungeons, but you go down elemental. And eventually it becomes a hybrid build where you combo some things, where you have, for example, elemental devastation, which will give you 9% more crit with melee weapons after critting with a spell. And then an enhancement that combos with flurry. So after you deal a critical strike, you'll attack for 50% faster for the next 3 swings or something like that. So that is insane. Because this combos directly with this. And what you would also get is if you're hit, you get a focus casting thing. You get elemental focus, which gives you more mana, sustainability. You have Earth Grasp, which is going to like make your Earthbind survivability and even your Stone Claw way stronger by like 50% stronger. Um, and Elemental Fury, and then you have less magic damage taken. And Elemental Fury gives you gobs of aggro because your crits are going to do 100% more damage. And that would be like 100% more damage on an Earth Shock. So not only is it a crit, but it's 100% more damage on that on your highest aggro generating ability. Warriors have nothing on your aggro generation. So, like, if for example you're in a dungeon and you notice that the tank is struggling, you can be the guy that saves the dungeon, and you can easily pick up those straggling casters that maybe were ignored or other such mobs that get aggroed onto a warlock or a mage or a healer, right? And you can kind of save the group that way. You're a little squishier if you go this route, but the amount of aggro generation is just so insane, it becomes very stable if you start with elemental. And you could just keep going with it. Instead of like being a caster elemental, basically the talents make you an insta-cast elemental, and then it goes down in here to combo with flurry. Um, so that sounds like the most fun idea. That's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. But going with elemental for now would be a little interesting because I've never done something like that. It'll grow. Oh, the channel. Oh, okay. Oh, you're not here anymore. Oh, or at least maybe you are, and it's not updating. Oh, it's a tough choice. Okay, you are still here. Yeah, yeah. So I really don't know. I mean, I could do this weird little hybrid combo. I could just go full elemental. I could do anything, right? I could even go like utility into here and we'll pick up some hit chance with nature's guidance, which might be nice because then they won't resist certain things like your aggro generating taunts and stuff like that. And then you have less pushback on the healing that you're trying to do. They can't push back the spell if they're attacking you. So you could grab aggro, they're attacking you, and then you also spot heal the group or even yourself. So yeah, there's a lot of utility if you focus on like talents that would like save dungeon groups, which is kind of where I'm leaning towards because I want to make sure that nobody dies under my watch. But I could do something that's way more memey, where we just focus on totems and stuff like that, or maybe just straight enhancement, which is actually OP. But I feel like that's cheating because it's too strong. So yeah, I've got some choices. Well, I don't think anybody else has jumped in here. Oh, there's a minute or so delay. Oh, because you're in YouTube. That's right. Well, that's fine. I'll try to remember that though. So thank you. You preferred elemental back then? Okay. Uh, yeah, always felt good tossing support heals. Yeah. Especially with if you're elemental too, you've got so much int, so your heals might actually be a crit, or you have a decent mana because there's more int in there and stuff like that. Um, you've convinced me. You've always preferred elemental, so maybe I'll at least start an elemental, and then we'll maybe stop spending talents again for like the next 25 levels. Maybe that's too much. Maybe we'll go in 10 talent bursts, or maybe we won't. But okay, so if we're doing elemental, we could do the instead of like going for DPS, which in hardcore, stamina is the most important thing for all classes basically. Because you'll eventually get the DPS that you need just by fighting a little bit longer, and the stamina is what saves you from dying. So like if you get crit twice in a row, you won't actually go from 80% to 0. You'll go from like 80% to 10% or 15%, which is definitely needed. So going for survivability is always best while leveling, I would say. That's at least my theory in it. For example, I I regret not allowing my hunter to go down survival. Granted, my hunter did die because it was a murder, which was really sad. I had a rogue grab a whole bunch of things, ask for help, and then as soon as I helped, they vanished on top of me, and I died. And I hadn't been playing that hunter for a long time, so I was like, "Where's my feigned death?" And I kind of forgot about it a little bit at first. But yeah, it was definitely a murder from a rogue named Vanishee, and he vanished on top of me and killed me. It was definitely like intentional. He did it to me and another hunter. He baited both of us into a cave. Hey, come help me with this quest in this cave. So we were like, oh, okay. We go in there. He goes around a corner. He grabs a bunch, calls for help, and then once we start helping, he starts pulling more, brings him over, and vanishes on top of us to create like chaos. And the other hunter didn't try fighting or anything. They at one point like they tried helping, and then they said then the hunter screams run, and they tried running in a cave and they killed themselves. It was just absolute it was an absolute disaster. But yeah, he got what he wanted. I wonder if he was streaming my death. Yeah, he definitely griefed. I mean, obviously, like I think I could have survived if I like, because I kind of realized like, oh, I should probably maybe not help him because it seemed like he pulled too much. But I was like, nah, he's gonna need help. I don't want to watch him die. So then I like tried helping, and yeah, I think if I feigned death, I mean, I guess they could have resisted since it was so many mobs right on top of me. They probably would have resisted anyway, or at least one of them would have. But yeah, I didn't even click it, so it's possible I could have survived. But yeah, it was definitely an intentional grief. So here we go. Talents being spent. Okay, so let's go. 10% reduction on spells versus damage. Well, if you run out of mana because you spent too much on Earthshock, for example, then you can't heal yourself. So mana is definitely more survivable. We'll have to go with that one. Oh my gosh. I feel like nervous. Like it felt so wrong spending these talent points. I almost feel sad because it's been such a crazy adventure. Only up to level 25, with all of these like little quick moments of like, oh, we almost died, and in the back of my mind I'm like, oh, if only I had talent points, this would have been an easier fight. It feels so bad spending them right now. But we are. We've already got 5 down. 10% less mana, which is a decent chunk actually. Once Earth Shock is like 100 mana, then it goes down to 90, and you save 10 mana for every one of these, which we're going to be casting more of because we're going to get some reduction on that cast time, or that cooldown time. Going into Call of the Flames sounds like the no-brainer, especially because it kind of combos with Elemental Fury, but 15% damage on this is not necessarily going to outweigh the survivability of not being hurt by OP spells. So we're going to go for, and this will help with tanking in a dungeon too. Like if there's a spellcaster, we interrupt it and then it casts like another spell on us because it didn't get silenced. At least we won't take additional damage from those fire, frost, or nature spells. And then Earth Grasp. Okay, so right now the Stoneclaw Totem has 171 health, and this will boost it by 50%, up to 256. And my health is 898. So that's a decent chunk of just like HP. If I just slap it down, if I pulled 2 mobs, 1 mob just like is going to be playing around with that Stoneclaw. That's definitely going to be extremely helpful. Our next talent. Oh, actually, I also want to talk about the Earthbind. What I've noticed a lot of times is I drop an Earthbind while I'm running, and it's pulsing, right? And the pulse does not come out in time, and then they get out of range of the Earthbind sometimes, unless I like stand there and wait for them to get. I see the debuff on them and then I run. So the additional range makes it so I think that I can just run instantly, and the 20% additional range makes it so that they will get captured by Earthbind no matter what. And I can be, it gives a huge boost to utility. That's my theory anyway. We'll have to try it out. Obviously, Elemental Focus, 10%, 1 point gives you a 10% chance to enter Frost, and it's not gated like it is, because there's something similar to this, right? Like Omen of Clarity on the Druid, and it's not gated by like another 5 points. So this is really nice that we can just drop a point into here. 10% chance anytime I basically cast Earth Shock or Fire Shock. I have a chance of getting clear casting. And the cool thing about clear casting is if I am not attacking for a while to build up spirit, and then I cast this, the clear casting will not interrupt your 5-second spirit regen. So it's actually something that I found that a lot of people don't know. So it is super good for like hardcore if you're waiting for like mana to come back up and stuff like that. This will not interrupt. And it gives you another, like if you're trying to get tick damage from Flame Shock, and then this pops, you can wait 5 seconds. You can wait 12 seconds until Flame Shock is done. You can cast it again, wait another 12 seconds, and that becomes 19 seconds of spirit regen if you just hold your horses and don't cast for that amount of time. And that's even with casting a spell in between in those 19 seconds. So that can be really helpful at times. Very niche, but definitely helpful. So I figured I'd want to talk about it because I feel like a lot of people don't know that component of clear casting. So there's that. We are not going to get all 5 points into reverberation just yet. We're going to get at least 4. It would be nice to get all 5, but I don't think we're going to have enough points to get all 5. So it'll only be a 0.2 second slower cast time. But this is really helpful because, like, let's say I interrupt somebody, and then by the time they are going to, so like, let's say I interrupt something from Earth, like a frost. Let's say I interrupt a frost bolt, and that mob only knows frost spells. Well, they can't cast another frost spell until 2 seconds passed. So they might cast a second one on me. But in that cast time, it might take them like 3 seconds or something. So if we can get reverberation up and make Earthshock cast more frequently, it becomes a lot easier to weave in those spell interrupts and get it off and get it out and hit them with it before they actually finish that second spell that they're trying to cast. Because sometimes you're waiting, they cast it, and then they hit you with the spell right as this comes off cooldown, and you kind of just miss it. So yeah, we'll drop 4 points into here, and hopefully that helps with that interrupt window, and also more frequent taunting, essentially, with that aggro generation. And now here comes one of our bread and butter abilities, Elemental Devastation. And we'll get 1 point in that. So if I crit with Earthshock, then I'm going to have a 3% higher chance to crit with my weapon. This is a really tempting talent to get as well. 33% chance to gain focus casting for 6 seconds after I get crit by anyone. So I'm like, oh dang, I got crit. Well, let's just heal myself. And I have focus casting, so there's 0 pushback. Doesn't that sound really good? 33%. Yeah, I think this goes up to 100. Honestly, for hardcore, I probably should put points here first. I probably should. But I'm drooling after this spell over here. I want it. It's hard. Help me decide. I don't know what else to do. Oh, you had that feeling of like, what have I done once you dropped self-found at 60? You did self-found? That's crazy. Yeah, I guess that's basically what the add-on used to be. It was like even a more strict version of self-found, but I never made it to 60. I had so many characters that died to fall damage. It was so embarrassing when I was first starting hardcore on the unofficial server with the add-on. But yeah. Yeah, tough choice. Tough choice. Let's see. Because this is just 33%, but after a couple more levels, then it's 100%, and you're just like happy because you can cast basically a heal without any problems instantly, and you don't have to like run, get distance. You don't have to drop down an Earthbind. It's just way more survivable. Way more survivable. But the thing is, I know that by the end of this, if I do this weird hybrid build that I have in the back of my mind, I will not have enough talents to get this and this, because really you do need 3% more hit chance with spells and weapons. This is like super core, but maybe we can survive without this. Maybe we can survive without it, because we won't get it till we hit 60. This is going to be one of our last places to spend points if we do the hybrid build. So it is definitely more valuable to get this. 2 points here, 1 point here, 1 point here just for leveling, and then we can start swapping into enhancement. So this won't be what our main end game build looks like, because we don't have enough points for this, and this. In fact, I think we only have enough points for 3 in here, and that's it. Just 3 in here. For the level 60 build, so we'll have to do a respec. But yeah, then we can go a little deeper into here just for leveling, then go into enhancement, and then as we hit the final 5-10 levels, 50 to 60, we can throw some points into here, or maybe even into enhancement. But yeah, once we ding 60, we're gonna have to respec and get the hit chance. Otherwise, we're gonna suck in dungeons. Or maybe we'll just respec into a different tree completely instead of doing the goofy hybrid thing. But hybrid sounds fun, so we'll see how that works. No, they griefed in Stormwind? How? What was it like? Were they leashing a dragon? Or oh, was it like a quest that spawned people, like spawned mobs like in a I can't remember what level that quest is, but it's like you can spawn some like guys like in a an alleyway, and maybe even the throne room has some enemies that pop up. Um, but yeah, how was he griefed in Stormwind? What happened? So Chevy Chaser is saying that he did a duo with a friend back in the with the hardcore add-on on unofficial. He got to 40 and somebody griefed his friend in Stormwind. I guess killing him. So that's really sad. But I'm wondering like what happened to kill him. What the grief was. 60 rogue had an alt. Asked my friend for a buff, which PvP flagged him. Oh my gosh. So then the 60 horde rogue kills him. That is insane. I think I knew that could happen, but because I would talk to people that were talking about this, but I think I did hear about that kind of thing being able to happen, but man, I forgot. That is rough. Oh, I'm sure it was funny hearing him freak out. A memory for a lifetime, right? Okay. So yeah, this is definitely getting focus casting. Like, okay, I'm trying to cast, I'm getting hit. Oh, I got crit, and then all of a sudden, boom, the heal goes through no matter what. Yeah, this is gonna be the most survivable thing. We're gonna have to get this first, even though I'm drooling for the crit over here. Uh, but yeah, so I guess if I stack intellect, then I just naturally am going to get a ton of melee crit. So I should stack int. Really, it should be 50% int for 50% agility for the end game build for what I'm doing. But for leveling, focusing int is definitely going to be the way to go before I even get flurry over here. Because then the more I crit with the spells, the more crit I just naturally get with my attacks. So that's got to be the way I go about this. Yeah, okay. So we'll drop a point into here. And as we gear up, we're going to focus on int to get that juicy crit and a much larger mana pool. So yeah. Wow. Okay, now that I have talents, I wonder how OP I'm going to feel. Let's use the shortcut that I've learned a lot of people don't know about. Hopefully you know about this. Maybe you do. You probably do. You're a hardcore OG with the add-on. Mr. Footloose over here. I'm gonna I'm totally adding your character, by the way. But if you would like to add my battle tag, I do have it on the screen. It's T time number 11889. Hashtag leaked. Oh no. I don't mind. I have so many people on my it gets full sometimes, so hopefully it goes through. But I'll just add your character for now. Nice. Okay. Anyway, I was telling the guild about the spending the talent points just because I figured it'd be good to announce that since they were begging me to spend them last night. But yeah, so up in this area where you can get these quests, there's also a path. You probably know about this, but anybody who's watching this video who maybe doesn't know, there is a path that you can take through the mountains. And wait a minute, I feel silly because I'm kind of lost all of a sudden. Oh, I got somebody just whispered me. Your battle tag name is Dad. That is cool. But wait, it says you're offline. So Gracie Moo wants an invite. Jane Doe. Okay, cool. Gracie Moo. Okay, if you're in stream, help me out. Why can't I find the shortcut? This is so ridiculous. Like, I know about this one over here, but that's not the one I'm looking for. Because it's up here and it goes through the mountains and you go over to the Harpies. Am I just blind? Am I missing it? I feel like I'm blind. I feel like it's right here. I see the path on the minimap over here, but I really thought it was right here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so here it is. This is the shortcut. Man, can't believe I got turned around there a little bit. Maybe it's because I was a little distracted with some guild chat and stuff like that, but that's my excuse. Yeah, keep going west. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I found it just now. Cool, cool, cool. All right, let's hear the rest of this briefing, which is I'm finding very fascinating. Like just seeing the White House. I mean, I know that they've always kind of done this. I've seen this before back with Biden, like with the briefing room. Um, I don't know the lady's name because I didn't really watch him back then because I wasn't really that into politics or curious about it. But I did see some lady in this briefing room talking all the time. So this is pretty standard, I think. But the thing that's not standard is like the crazy Oval Office spur of the moment, no teleprompter interviews that Trump is doing. It's so unprecedented. I remember when he first started doing this, he asked the press, "Has any president ever done this? Did Biden ever do this?" And stuff like that. And they were saying like, "No, no, this is amazing." And the press, even though they're like trying to be opposed to Trump and stuff like that, you can almost tell how thankful the press is because it's like the entire presidency is being filmed and the openness and I guess some people say it's not transparency because they're like, oh, Trump is lying, but like literally whatever. Um, but literally the openness to just answer questions at any given time, whether he's like getting off a plane or what have you, and just have these impromptu press conferences is fascinating to me because it's giving the news so many opportunities to just like talk to the president and keep the people informed or misinformed if they're being disingenuous. Now, I always say this, and in case there's somebody new here, I think that both sides of the party in the political spectrum, right and left, have their own ways of being disingenuous. And I believe that they both kind of are because they both have like an agenda. It's just obvious. Oh gosh. Okay, well, I guess I will fight you. Take that. Okay, so we're looking at how strong it feels. Let me double check my OBS real quick. Yeah, okay. And what should I be noticing? I should be noticing that I take less damage from certain spells. I should be noticing my Stone Claw being super strong. I should be noticing a little bit more mana pool. I should be noticing more spamminess with reverberation, and it might be nice having elemental focus pop up here and then. Okay, so we'll see what this feels like. It might feel underwhelming at first, but I think in the long run it's going to be insane. This build that I'm doing is actually very similar to a build that my friend did back in Classic Era. He actually raided as a shaman, as a main tank, in every single dungeon and every single raid. And with Classic Era, you could self-res, right? Imagine a tank that is able to self-res. That just sounds so OP, doesn't it? So that's what the shaman was able to do. And the only time that they really struggled was on, obviously, dungeons or raids or whatever that had like high elemental, I'm sorry, not elemental, but high resistances to earth damage, essentially, like this earth shock thing. Nature damage, not earth damage. What does that debuff do? Which one? The debuff I have, melee attack power reduction or something. I think there was a debuff before this too. I didn't know which one you're talking about. Sorry, I missed it. Yeah, but here I am killing harpies, and we'll jump into. I keep saying we're gonna keep listening to this, so we'll start now, and then I'll check chat.
And President Trump is very proud of the progress that he and his team have made in such a short amount of time. And hopefully tomorrow that progress will move forward. Sure.
Thanks. There have been some media reports just in the last few hours that the administration has decided to withdraw from the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine, which is designed to hold Putin accountable for war crimes. Are you able to confirm that? And if that has occurred, why has that occurred?
I'm not able to confirm it because I have not heard that. I will caution, I know there have been many inaccurate and misleading reports from Reuters lately, so I would caution anybody taking that seriously, but I can check in and get back to you. Rachel.
Is it the president's belief that the Justice Department should be investigating members of the January 6th Select Committee? Is he directing the DOJ to do that?
As the president made it very clear in his address on Friday, I believe some of you were there, I was there, he made his vision for what he would like to see of the Department of Justice very clear, but he said that he has appointed great people in Attorney General Pam Bondi and also in our FBI Director Kash Patel.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this he had Chevy was asking, Curse of Recklessness, what does it do? Melee attack power reduction, armor reduced by 290, and also it says ignoring fear effects. So I guess that's kind of nice. So if they try to fear me, it won't work. But yeah, that's what it is. I love stomping and then healing. It feels good, but then I waste the stomp because it's like a 2-minute cooldown, right?
To do what they think is best for our justice system and to stop the weaponization of justice that we saw under the previous administration against not just President Trump but his supporters as well. We want to restore the Department of Justice to an institution that focuses on fighting law and order and crime and putting real criminals behind bars, not targeting Americans because of their religion or their political speech. We saw that under the previous administration, and it's unacceptable to this president.
And just to follow up really quickly on just Homan's comments from earlier, a few weeks ago in the Oval Office, the president said he will always abide by the courts. We heard what Tom Homan said earlier today. So I'm only asking just to be clear for the American people. It is the administration's belief that they will that you feel like you are bound to comply by the judge's orders?
We are complying with the judge's orders.
Question on the storm.
Sure.
What role does the president see for FEMA with these storms? He's talking about getting rid of FEMA, states handling their own disasters. Does he plan to change how the federal government responds to these storms?
There hasn't been a change yet. That doesn't mean there couldn't be in the future. But as of right now, the president, the entire administration are actively monitoring the storms, as I said. In fact, before I came down here, there was an email note in my inbox from the Department of Homeland Security on what they are actually doing state by state across the board. So rest assured, Secretary Noem and her team is on it, and I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for any further details.
One more question. The president referenced power plants with a conversation with Vladimir Putin. What is he referring to with power plants? What is that?
There's a power plant that is on the border of Russia and Ukraine that was up for discussion with the Ukrainians, and he will address it in his call with Putin tomorrow.
The nuclear plant.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Caroline?
Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you if you would be releasing more granular data about the people who were sent to El Salvador this week. Particularly, will you be releasing their names?
I don't believe so because of the privacy concerns at this point in time. That doesn't mean we won't eventually. I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for more details on the individuals on the flights, but we have been incredibly transparent in giving you the breakdown of the numbers and also some of the crimes committed by these heinous criminals and individuals: kidnapping, sexual abuse of a child, robbery, aggravated assault on a police officer. I would remind everybody in this room that Tren de Aragua is a foreign terrorist organization operating within the United States of America because the previous administration allowed them to invade our country. These are monsters who tortured, raped, and murdered a 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungre. They murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley. They led a multi-state sex trafficking operation involving smuggling women into the United States, holding them in stash houses in Louisiana, Florida, New Jersey, Texas, and Virginia, and forcing them into prostitution. They kidnapped and murdered a 33-year-old woman
Oh
in
my
Texas.
gosh.
They sexually and physically assaulted a woman and her daughter, and it was
Oh my god. This is like making my stomach turn just listening to this, to be honest. I have a strong belief that sexual assault and rape and stuff like that is basically torture. And you do this to somebody, they have to live with the memory of this torture for the rest of their life. Part of me feels like torture should have like death penalty, right? If you torture somebody, like if you act like rape, like if you actually torture somebody, shouldn't that be like you slowly torture them? Shouldn't that be like that sounds like death penalty to me. I don't think it is, but it feels like it should be. And then it makes me think, well, why isn't that the penalty for rape? Maybe a lot less people would do it if the penalty was death. I know that's probably my most, according to the politically correct viewpoints, probably my most radical viewpoint. But I would argue that it's hardly radical because I freaking hate rapists. That's a good thing to hate that to the point where you want them to be eliminated to protect innocent women. It's just absolutely disgusting. And it turns my stomach and it makes my heart hurt. This is hard to listen to. Working on key bindings. Well, I have yeah, I click some spells sometimes, but mostly I'm not using my key bindings here. Really? That's a good question because my hand hurts really badly. I've got some ice on it right now, so I'm just kind of like lazily clicking things. But as far as key bindings work, usually what I end up getting into is just like cast sequence macros. And I don't really have that many key bindings, to be honest. It's mostly like just different cast sequence macros, and I'll hit like 2 and 3 and stuff once I set those. And it just like kind of casts like generally what I'm aiming to do. But yeah, I got to get more key bindings and stuff like that. But yeah.
Wisconsin. They conducted a mass shooting in Illinois. They peddled untraceable ghost guns across New York City, took over an Aurora, Colorado apartment complex where they kidnapped and tortured victims. And by the way, many of you in the mainstream media said that didn't happen. It turned out that it did. And because of the effective immigration policies of this administration, those foreign terrorists were detained and they are no longer operating on American soil. And we have President Trump to thank for that. We'll see you guys later at the Kennedy Center. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, cool, cool, cool. The thing that I'm overwhelmed by is I was like, I'm going to take a break from the news for like 3 days. And this Caroline Levitt lady did 3 of these things in the next 3 days. And she even has like this little bonus one that she did. So maybe I'll take a break from that. Maybe we'll be able to watch more of her press briefings later, because I find these like extremely fascinating to see like the news challenge the White House essentially, and then the White House giving those responses so that we see like all these different perspectives. Earlier in the stream today, basically for the first 20 minutes, like everything that was said was very heavily like analyzed and critiqued by me. But then the rest of this kind of started getting a little repetitive. So we took 20 minutes and turned it into 48 minutes. But yeah, so this one's done. Maybe these for later, maybe later tonight. I kind of want to see something different just to switch it up so we're not only listening to her voice. I've got, by the way, I play stuff from Forbes because it's very middle of the road and it's not necessarily like biased. It's slight left leaning, but because of their titles being left leaning. But most of the time, their breaking news is going to just be playing videos and letting the people talk rather than like having their own news people interject with their opinions. However, if you do look at their channel, there are some segments where they do have only slight left leaning and kind of moderate feedback. But it's not as much as like other stations. And I appreciate the middle ground and the simple like reporting that is done for this kind of stuff. Um, I'm a teacher, so I'm kind of interested in the Department of Justice stuff that is happening. Um, and I think it's a little funny that Trump is doing this spectacle where he comes out and there are students sitting in desks. And I'm curious to see what this is all about. But it's about dismantling the Department of Education. And I'm a teacher. And you would think, surely a teacher would be against this. Well, my mother is a raging liberal. I shouldn't say that. She's a bleeding heart liberal. That's what she really is. And because anything that sounds like good for like emotions, essentially, that's why she calls herself this. Uh, she knows that she falls for like emotional arguments, and anything that sounds good and is an emotional argument, she will always side with because it's I, she's always been this way her whole life, and it's almost like she feels like she's doing the right thing if she's doing the thing that like sounds emotionally good essentially, which is kind of a weird way to like encapsulate her political activity, but that's really what it is. I mean, my mom is also like your average Walmart American. She's just a teacher, nobody special, and she has her own way of reacting and interacting with the world. And I mean, here's something enlightening about how people are. My mother admitted to me when I was growing up that she was not going to vote for somebody simply because he wasn't as attractive as the other candidate. Let me say that again. She was voting for somebody not on policy, but because that political leader looked better in her eye. That sounds pretty despicable and weird, but the thing is, that is a part of the human condition and how people vote a lot of times. They vote on appearances, don't they? And when I was teaching, for example, Lord of the Flies. If you've ever read the book Lord of the Flies, you might know what I'm talking about. But there is a part in the book where these boys are on this island, and the author provides some authorial intrusion, which is a literary device where the author is basically speaking directly to the audience. And he explains why the boys voted for Ralph to be chief on this island with no adults, as they were not shipwrecked, but a plane crash. And Golding was exploring the problem with mankind and how we should treat each other in society, and exploring the problems of the human condition, of wickedness and selfishness and stuff like that. And one of the reasons for voting for this guy, Ralph, on the island to be chief was not just because he held something called the conch, which called them all to them, and he essentially was holding a device that became the power of speech. If you look at it analytically that way, that's really what's going on. But the reason they voted for him is because he was more attractive. Well, it didn't say more attractive. It just said because he was attractive. And I guess that is putting him in comparison to the other boy on the island that wanted to be chief, who was just like a little more rough around the edges guy named Jack, and he's got red hair and stuff like that. But Ralph was attractive. And that was one of the things that drew people to vote for him. And it's interesting, right? How trite mankind can be in our decision making, even for something as serious as political leaders. So my mother, who is a bleeding heart liberal and votes like liberally, if there's an emotional argument, she's all for it, right? She's a teacher. She's been a teacher her whole life. She's a kindergarten teacher, and I mentioned something to her recently about the Department of Education being dismantled or repurposed or something. Something's going to happen to it, right? Is it going to be completely collapsed? All that kind of stuff, right? We weren't really quite sure at first, and I wanted to talk to her about it. And she said, "Oh, thank goodness." And she hates Trump with a passion, but she was excited for the Department of Education being dismantled. If teachers know what the Department of Education actually does, they hate the Department of Education. Teachers are not for this. So sometimes people are like, we need to oppose it because we need to support teachers. The Department of Education does not support teachers or even students appropriately. Sure, they do the student loan stuff, and it's part of that, uh, part of the government. It's a part of that, like system. But it could, as like they've clearly said, they're going to just move like student loans to another system in the government. And sure, that transition period is probably going to be weird, but that alone should not justify the existence of this arm of the government that has only hurt students in the long run. Now I can get into some things that they do regarding like testing and like mandates that they put on schools that really shouldn't be there and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, teachers that are informed, like my mom, is sometimes she's very informed when it comes to education related things. Other things in politics, definitely not. But education, she's a career kindergarten teacher and trains people in all of Orange County on how to be good kindergarten teachers. She like goes and trains people and teaches. Well, she's retired now, but that's what she did. But yeah, and this is coming from California too, like a California liberal. Like that's insane, right? uh, those are the bigger ones, aren't they? Just kidding. That's a stereotype, but yeah. Whatever. If you have so many key bindings, Shift, Alt, and Control modifiers. Oh, neat. Yeah. I have one key binding that's on my mouse, and then I was pushing it too much, I think, because it was the only key I was using for spells because I was doing a cast sequence, and then like that thumb started hurting really bad. So that's the hand that actually hurts. But my other hand is kind of cramping up too. Um, Interesting to hear your view on that. I remember hearing people being against Trump because he didn't appear presidential. Seems similar to prom king and queen. Yeah. That's the same kind of thing, right? Yeah, like you're saying, like people are voting for like popularity or looks or something like that. And honestly, even with student government, right? They vote on like some weird exterior reasoning of popularity, not like for who the best candidate is. And really, a lot of kids in high school that are trying to become like the class president, for example, they don't necessarily have any good ideas for how they can improve the school. But then there might be one kid that's very unpopular that actually has really good ideas and actionable items to like help and work with like school site council. High schools have something called school site council, and work with school site council even to like make their school a better place and make a difference and make it better for kids and make sure that the funding for like senior gifts and what have you actually go to where they need to go. I've seen this, but then they don't vote for that person because they're not like the most gossipy cheerleader on campus, for example. Not to diss cheerleaders, I'm not, right? But like that's like a situation I have seen with one person in one voting cycle for class presidency because I'm a high school teacher. But yeah. But yeah, Chevy Chaser said something about interesting to hear my view on that. I assumed you were interested to hear the view on what is it? The Department of Ed. I kind of shared that a little bit with like kind of where my mother's criticism was. But yeah, if there's more that you want me to like elaborate on, please let me know and I will. Or if there was something else that you wanted me to talk about, in case I was wrong in my assumption, just let me know. But yeah, I haven't seen this yet. Again, I don't pre-watch videos. I'm very curious to see what this actually ends up looking like. With him coming out here and this spectacle of kids sitting here. I mean, he's done this a few times, hasn't he? He had like he's Trump knows show business, right? A president that knows show business is going to become more and more and more popular over time because we are captivated by entertainment. We are a nation that is addicted to entertainment, right? And when he was trying to do the whole like no more like men and women sports thing that he was pushing, right? Which was like against some trans movements. Um, he had a whole bunch of women, right, standing there cheering him on. Um, to and that was wise. But here he has the spectacle of a whole bunch of kids and desks, and I'm curious to see what he does with this. So this might be pure cinema. It might be. I'm hoping for the best. So again, I don't like pre-watching videos because I like to be organic in my reactions and my criticism and my analysis, which I prefer my commentary to be on, like pure analysis. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh man, the audio quality seems weird. Let me double check on my end on OBS to see if it's going through loud enough. But oh, just a teacher's point of view on the Department of Ed. Yeah, yeah. So kind of like what my mom was saying was kind of like how I understood it as well. But I was actually shocked that she was also on that she also held like kind of the same perspective about how all this money is going to them. And really, what they do, and here's another component of it really, what the Department of Ed is doing is they're providing money and funding to different schools around the nation, right? To different districts and states, and the states divvy it up. But where does the money end up going? They create very often these unnecessary admin level jobs. And a lot of times, those admin level jobs aren't even on high school or elementary school or even middle school campuses. They are like in district offices or in state offices, to have like another person that gets hired to analyze, I don't know, like demographics and statistics that might actually not be telling or helpful, or they'll hire somebody to um, analyze different testing softwares that are being created. And that's a whole nother component of abuse that's not really abuse from the Department of Ed, but abuse from like the capitalistic side of educational programs where they overcharge schools because they know how much money schools could get. So they have like almost every educational program. If you've ever been in schools and stuff like that, or you remember back when you were a kid, you're like, yay, my school has all these little programs or research tools or whatever it might be, but they always kind of feel like they kind of suck. And I don't know why has become the status quo to provide like lower quality programs to schools and to overcharge. They'll give kids like a pretty simple program, for example, um, and you would think like, oh, okay, that piece of software should only cost for like a whole school maybe $5,000. They'll charge like $40,000 for these really, pardon my French, shitty programs and subscriptions and stuff like that. And a lot of times, like, so for example, there's this program called iReady. It's a testing software. It basically is so invasive into the classroom experience that they start require and this program they sell schools on this promise that if you have your kids work through the iReady program, they will become more adept at their math skills or their English skills, um, and they will grow fast. Well, California schools have been trying to use this iReady thing for quite a number of years, and what ends up happening is they diagnose these kids multiple times a semester, and the diagnosis is like literally 3 to 4 days of testing where the kids sit there and they test for 3 to 4 days with this unnecessary test that might be faulty because the iReady creators won't even let teachers look at the questions. We can't even see the questions that the kids are being asked, and we can't see like the answer keys to see if there's even errors in their test, which I believe there are, but I digress. So then they have these kids in elementary school. They say you have to spend a certain number of hours on iReady every day if you want to succeed. So these admin tell teachers you have to do your iReady hours in class. And that basically, like for example, like in a middle school, which they're forced to do iReady, that removes 1 day a week of math learning and interaction with a teacher every week for the entire year, and also with their English teacher. Now, that's a lot of weeks. That's a lot of days. So the drain and like imagine doing this every week for every year of your educational experience, working through this impersonal program and trying to learn from it for your basically kindergarten year all the way through 8th grade. And now they're pushing it into high school. Um, that's a lot of time, that's a lot of days, and that's a lot of impersonal interaction where a teacher could be making those high quality connections with students, and actually finding out through their own testing and data and stuff that they do in the classroom, even like not really testing but like assessments where they're like, oh hey, write something for me. Oh, I see like the 5 things that you're struggling on just because you wrote this one paragraph. Okay, I'm going to help you with that. That is completely removed now because they're trying to make a program do all of this. Now who's at fault for this program? Who's at fault for pushing this program that is going to overtest kids? Well, yeah, it's the Department of Ed telling states that they have to hire people to find programs to diagnose students as if they are products on an assembly line, to diagnose them, to find out what's wrong, like they're a computer, and we can find out what's wrong by diagnosing them, by testing them, by over-testing them, and then we can bug fix them by giving them lessons through the computer program. That's not going to work. No one's going to connect to that. So it sounds like someone getting paid to ensure that the corruption continues. Yeah, maybe, you know. um, and there's so many paid positions at this admin level that no one really becomes at fault for making a bad decision or forcing a program like iReady upon schools. And almost every school in California is doing this iReady thing now. And our school has been fighting against it since the very beginning. And they're finally starting to listen to us because we're getting like a new superintendent or something like that. And the admin at my school have been pretty supportive, so that's nice. Um, but by the admin at my school, I mean just like a principal, vice principal, your standard stuff. Yeah, and that's fine. But like all this like these unnecessary bloated like positions that they like. So we have somebody that works at my school, and what does she do every week? What is her job every week? To prepare a 1.5 hour training for teachers, and they give that training once a week, and it's after school, and only like 5 teachers show up for it, and they get paid to show up, but only like 5 teachers show up for it because we have no time and we need to get home and feed our kids and stuff like that, our real kids. Um, and all she does every day of the week is sit there and I think maybe pretend to work, because all she has to do is create an hour and a half lesson for teachers. And she gets paid an admin level salary, which is like, I think she gets paid like $150,000. And we're a rural school district. So she gets paid less than she would normally if she was at like a different school site. Like if she was in a larger city, she'd be getting paid like almost double that in some cases, like if you're in LA. And that's a lot of wasted money for a position that's not even needed. And what is she doing all day? Really nothing, right? And I feel really bad saying this because like I love everybody that I work with and she's a nice person and stuff like that. But like this is rampant and this is an education. And in part, a lot of this is actually enforced and pushed on schools to hire people that do these kind of jobs. But then schools don't really know how to make people do like extra work, and they say like, okay, well, this is your one job, do this, we'll pay you this much money, and then that's all they do. And like you don't need to spend an entire week creating an hour and a half lesson. Her lessons are also like copied and pasted off of some other like program's website that they purchased that also cost our school I think like $50,000 a year or something like that. And she's just using the lessons that they give her from this program. So she's not even making anything. So it just feels so wrong, doesn't it? So yeah, that's some more insight into like some waste that does trickle down from places like the Department of Ed. And that's the teacher's perspective on it. Anything like that we can cut, and if that money can then instead be siphoned down directly to the students, because there are so many schools nationwide where like kids are in they are literally learning in moldy portables that are so dilapidated that they shake when you walk to go sharpen your pencil. The whole building shakes because it's a portable and it's been there for like 50 years. So why can't we just give the money directly to schools to improve facilities or to fund students so that they have materials to learn from, rather than dumping money into these goofy, weird programs and like bloated positions that are at the admin level that are way overpaid? You know, it's just insane. So it's really it is corrupt. And if the Department of Ed, which is supposed to be this altruistic thing helping students, if that is that corrupt, I believe everything is corrupt. So who knows if what Doge is saying is even accurate or true at this point, but I know it's true for a couple of reasons. Just my gut, you know, the vibe check and my gut, I know it's got to be true. Because of what I've seen in the Department of Ed and also what I've heard Obama say. Obama, when he was president, he was complaining about waste, fraud, and abuse, and all of the liberals were really excited about ending it. And throughout the years, all of the conservatives have been really excited about ending waste, fraud, and abuse too. That's the whole drain the swamp movement, right? So people on both sides of the fence want to get rid of this waste, fraud, and abuse, yet we're being told now that we shouldn't, and it's very confusing to me. So we've been analyzing this a little bit as the days have gone on this channel as well. But yeah, hopefully I didn't. I feel bad. I keep yapping. I feel like I'm talking too much. I feel a little bad. But yeah. She's a tool. Well, you know, I mean, they offered her this job, and the crazy thing, this is even worse. So the crazy thing, this lady that they hired, and with this for this job that I've been complaining about. Okay, it gets way worse. When they first hired for her position, they hired her and 3 other people to do that same job. They hired 4 people for the same job because they got money from the government And they said, oh, let's spend it on this. Yeah, we probably need 4 people to really tackle this because it's a new thing. And there were 4 people. 4. Like, that sounds so hard to believe, right? There were 4 people doing the same job, and they would all 4 show up. Like, whenever there was these little trainings, they would all 4 show up and help each other with it. And slowly, as the years went on, they kind of like moved, like somebody went on maternity leave and they never refilled it. Now, where's that money going? I don't know. Is it being pocketed? Is it being like used inappropriately? Maybe. Because basically 3 jobs that used to go into this program are now the money's no longer being, we're still getting it, but it's no longer being spent on this like unnecessary program. So I'm wondering where else that money is going, and there's a lack of transparency there as well. But yeah, so like one of these like ladies they hired that used to be a teacher, she ended up going on maternity leave, and then they never like filled her position. Another one of these ladies went to go work for the county, and then they never refilled her position. And then the next lady, I guess they kind of reshuffled her into a similar position, but really what they were doing was like cutting the work in half in a way, from what they were already doing, where she would like focus on like a component of what they needed to do for the elementary schools, which is essentially just like push the iReady program and make sure that the elementary schools are actually doing it. So this lady, all she does now is just check every week, 1 day a week. Hey, are they doing the iReady program? Are they doing this little testing software? And if they're not, she goes to the schools and yells at teachers. And that's like all she does. So they've kind of like morphed her job into that. And then the other ladies, she just still does the trainings. So they've, yeah. But originally it was 4 positions for this useless like role that we didn't even need filled, that the Department of Ed told the state, you need to have people in like this kind of a role to provide trainings and opportunities for teachers. They called them instructional coaches. And they only had that one job. So yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Yeah, Doge, like, yeah, no, yeah, love Elon, hate Elon, whoever you are. I don't really care. I don't see why you would hate the idea of getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, especially if you look historically at criticisms against it from both sides of the political spectrum. The thing that bothers me is that anytime our government, Trump, or whoever else is working in the party for the presidency currently, anytime somebody does something that's good for the nation now, because it's highly Republican led, it's almost like the other side feels like they have to oppose it, just because if they admit that the Republican side is doing anything good, then in a way that makes them win even harder. Like they won the election even harder if they ever admit that the other side is doing something good. But for the sake of the American people, man, stop these little mind games. It's just it's getting exhausting. I'd wish that people were just more genuine. But yeah, here I am just yapping and just complaining, and I feel like I kind of need to stop doing that, or I'll just keep going. Again, I really want to hear I really want to see what's happening here, because I feel like this video is going to be pure cinema, and I'm hoping it's funny. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's get going. Hopefully the audio gets fixed too, because it sounded kind of weird at first.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'd like to start by saying that our country is doing very well. Things are, as you can see, doing quite well. Please sit down. Before we begin, I just want to announce that I signed a proclamation a few moments ago honoring the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's famous speech to the Second Virginia Convention, in which he declared very well-known, very famous words, give me liberty or give me death. Has anyone heard the phrase? I think most of you have. And moments ago, I also signed an executive order to dramatically increase production of critical minerals and rare earths. It's a big thing in this country, and as you know, we're also signing agreements in various locations to unlock.
Okay, this is interesting. I've been to the Borax Museum out in Mojave-ish area in California. It is one of like I think 2 or 3 mines in the world that actually mine this borax material and uh, also contains lithium particles, which we need, right, for computer chips and stuff like that. The biggest one is in like a Middle Eastern country, and actually America used to own it. But the Borax company used to own it, and their government they tell you this when you go to their museum. Actually, the government, whatever, I can't remember which Middle Eastern country it is, but their government um, said, "Oh, cool, you built this mine, and I know that it's your company and that you own it." But the Middle Eastern country, whatever government it was, I can't remember if it's like Iran or Iraq or whatever it was, but they said, okay, even though we sold this land to you and you built this mine, it's ours now. And they stole it from this company, and they kicked him out of the nation, and they own the mine now because they basically stole it from the company that basically makes some of these like I can't like it's the borax products basically. But yeah, so it's interesting if we actually do in our nation find more sources of like lithium, for example, which I feel like is really why there's this big push, because we have that chip company moving to Arizona, and if we have like another source of lithium in our country, it's just going to make the creation of of future technology way better. But it's pretty rare, and I feel like we're actually getting to the point where we're kind of like running out of it. Uh, I know that this facility was like pretty concerned that they wouldn't even be able to refine the lithium, um, because it's like a hard process to refine it out of waste material, which is what they're currently trying to do. But yeah,
Rare earths and minerals and lots of other things all over the world, but in particular Ukraine. We're doing very well with regard to Ukraine.
yeah, borax powder, yeah.
And one of the things we are doing is.
Oh yeah, turn it up, yeah. So that's quiet. Maybe I can turn it up over here a little bit. I can. Okay. Let's go back a bit. Yeah. Um, Yeah, so like the borax powder, right? They've learned recently, oh my gosh, we have lithium in all of our waste material. So they hired some guy from like Australia, and he's like their new head honcho in this, and they're currently, last I checked, which was about a year ago, they were trying to harvest and refine the lithium out of all the waste product that they have like created from their mining, uh, for all of these years that the mine has even like existed. But yeah, it's the lithium that they need, and I'm sure there's other rare minerals that we need too. But I feel like the big one is lithium, because it's otherwise like iPhones and the touch screens, for example, that'll just become lost technology if we're not able to mine enough of this stuff. So we're gonna. I wonder if we run out of some of these finite materials and can't even recycle things and reuse. I'm wondering if at some point technology that we have that's very prevalent will become essentially lost technology, not just because like not because people will like forget how to make it, which is usually what lost technology refers to, but because we just won't be able to get the materials that we need to create the thing anymore. So yeah, I'm kind of interested in this.
Signed a proclamation.
Oh, that's kind of loud. Maybe I'll turn it down a bit. We'll play with the audio until we get it right.
A few moments ago, honoring the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's famous speech
to
the Second Virginia Convention, in which he declared very well-known, very famous words, give me liberty or give me death. Has anyone heard the phrase? I think most of you have. And moments ago, I also signed an executive order to dramatically increase production of critical minerals and rare earths. It's a big thing in this country, and as you know, we're also signing agreements in various locations to unlock rare earths and minerals and lots of other things all over the world, but in particular Ukraine. We're doing very well with regard to Ukraine and Russia, and one of the things we are doing is signing a deal very shortly with respect to rare earths with Ukraine, which they have tremendous value in rare earth, and we appreciate that. And we spoke yesterday with, as you know, President Putin and President Zelensky, and we would love to see that come to an end, and I think we're doing pretty well in that regard. So hopefully we could save thousands of people a week from dying. That's what it's all about. They're dying so unnecessarily, and I believe we'll get it done. We'll see what happens, but I believe we'll get it done. Today we take a very historic action that was 45 years in the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all. And it sounds strange, doesn't it? Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it, and everybody knows it's right. And the Democrats know it's right, and I hope they're going to be voting for it because ultimately it may come before them, but everybody knows it's right, and we have to get our children educated.
Yeah, and a final thought on the getting children educated thing, right? If you overtest kids, that's a lot of education that they actually do miss out on. The days really do add up. Even like if you add up 5 minutes wasted every day throughout the school year in class, it adds up to like a lot of time, surprisingly, that kids miss something. So like every minute that I can't teach them something is a minute is another thing that they've like not learned is one way to look at it. And yeah, so it would be good to maybe get less testing. That's the big call from some of this, and hopefully that comes to pass. But I mean, like, and this is something that the left supports as well. Like, if you just focus on the testing issue, because when Obama was the president, one of the things he did with Common Core was he abolished all testing, all standardized testing except for one test, right? Because kids were being way over tested by different like testing companies and stuff like that. So he tried to fix that, and sure enough, the pendulum is just swinging back again. Where okay, we'll add another thing, and programs are being way too bold in their demands, and really it's almost like they're gathering intel on like kids for their own purposes to sell data to like the government as well. I'm not quite sure about that, but it seems like there's some other motives that go along with it, but I don't really feel like getting into that too much right now. We'll hear the rest of this.
We're not doing well with the world of education in this country.
Yeah, I do have a bank character, kind of. I do have a bank character, kind of. I got 6 gold on this character. I just kind of shuffle it between characters, really. I don't know if I have one that I've identified as that's my bank character, because I end up wanting to like play all of them. But yeah, I probably should just make an official bank character, because I usually do that, but I've just been very lazy in that. So maybe that's something I'll do tonight as well. Oh great. Oh great. Oh great. Go away! Oh my gosh. Okay, well, here I go, healing myself. There's 4 of them on me right now. I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh, did you see? Oh shit, I dropped the wrong totem. Gonna stomp, gonna heal, and I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my gosh, I'm not. How on earth did this happen? Oh my gosh! I was just surrounded by everything. Okay. Literally the moment I'm like, I don't have a bank character. I have 6 gold. This is too much gold on one character. The moment. What a sinking feeling. Do you know what? I wonder if I wouldn't have died if I put points in resto. How funny is that? I must hand the mantle of leadership of the redeemed to another. Type the player's name below. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, how do I see? That's it. I'm going to retail. Just kidding. Oh man. This is my first actual death on hardcore. Well, it's clearly my fault, I think, because yeah, so it's clearly my fault because I mean, I had things attacking in front of me and I ran where I thought it was clear. It looked clear. I probably should have just ran at the thing that was casting on me and up into the mountains. What the heck was I thinking? I think I was just trying to get a little distance. There must have been a respawn or two, because a lot of that just came out of nowhere. Whatever, whatever. All right, well, I don't know who's my other main character I have in here. I got a couple. How do I figure it out though? Guild log. This is like the worst. Well, guess what? I have a second shaman, so that'll be nice. I won't be out of shaman fun. I won't be missing out on that. Because I already have another one I've started leveling. Well, I'm trying to find the character's name. I don't remember exactly which one. Where do I gotta click? Log, events, ban list, guild, officer, guild info. I think this is in the way, is what it is. I'm trying to get access to. Well, we'll do Kamoon Boom. Let's do that one. That's my druid. Okay. Kamoon Boom. All right. Well, I guess I can transfer this character to Classic Era. That'll be fine. My goodness. Oh, the saddest image ever. Maybe Nature, Swiftness, Ghost Wolf, and Run. Yeah, I thought about Ghost Wolf, but earlier when I was trying to Ghost Wolf, the pushback. No, it's okay, man. It's okay. You didn't distract me at all. I feel like I was distracting myself, if anything. Oh man, I feel so bad. But yeah, because when I was trying to Ghost Wolf and get away, I was actually surprised that it dazed me, and also just being attacked by one unit made Ghost Wolf casting like it took forever. Nature's Swiftness. What's nature's swiftness? You mean like a sprint potion? I feel like what kind of happened is as well is I healed myself and then I drank my potion instantly because I was trying to get the potion in case I had to cancel the heal, but the heal came out at the last second. So that wasted a little time that I could have bought, but I was surrounded by like 6 guys or something. Yeah. One of the biggest mistakes. But oh my gosh, man, you didn't send me gold on this character, did you? I'm gonna like cry. I gotta pay you back somehow. Oh, but I won't accept it in the mail, and if you did, it'll go back to you within 30 days. So that's a thing. That sucks though. Man, hopefully you didn't send me gold. I don't deserve gold, as you can see. Oh, nature swiftness would be instacast. Oh, like in Resto? Like also if I went Resto, but I don't think I'm high enough for nature swiftness. Maybe I am. Dude, so Resto Shaman is where it's at. The stupid thing is I have like messages from people that wanted to like rejoin the guild in the inbox too. And now they're going to think I'm like being a jerk and snubbing them. Because like I messaged them like, "Oh, hey, I saw you left. Hopefully you didn't die. Hopefully you'd like to rejoin." And I saw I had 3 messages, but I was like, "Oh, I'm streaming. I can't get to that just yet." And I'm hoping that they're not going to be like, "Why won't this guy whisper me or something?" Well, I guess they know how to find the guild, so I guess that's fine. But yeah, it doesn't even tell me their names when I hover over it anymore. It used to. Gosh dang it. I'm sorry. I feel so bad. I just feel bad for you watching me to see this happen. But hopefully it was entertaining. Oh man, hopefully it was entertaining. All right, druid time? Nah, I don't know. This is when you die like something like this, like when you die like this, isn't it so gutting? Like you feel gutted. I feel gutted. But yeah, this is the druid with I'll just showcase it real quick. 0 shapeshift, no shapeshift spent, no, not purchased, I should say. And then yeah, only 7 talent points, only these 5, and then only 2 out of 3 in here to make it so it's not 100%, to make it slightly less challenging, slightly more challenging. Level 30 on this character, and last night, I mean, druid is way stronger because of their literally because of entangle in nature's grasp and like heal over times and stuff like that. It's just amazing. It's like just insanely stronger. You don't even need shapeshift to do well. I was here in Shimmering Flats killing level 35s as a level 30 yesterday. And well, I think I got like a couple level 35s. Most of them were like level 30 to 34, a lot of level 34s. They would resist like 5 spells in a row and I was still fine. But yeah, maybe I'm just better at playing druid. Gosh dang it. I feel so bad though. To my viewer and to anybody people that watch this video later. I tend to have about like 10 people that watch the full video. Sometimes no, don't you please don't regift me. Well, I don't have an official bank alt. I'm not really sure. I probably need to make one. So I guess I'll make one right now. I don't know. I don't know which name to delete. I'll just delete something from a different realm. Reconnect. Change. Hardcore. create new. Who is the fastest at Hunter? And skin color, face, horn style. Oh man. All right. Well, I guess I'll just listen to Trump talk about this thing while I run on up.
Joined today by the woman who I chose because she's an extraordinary person, and hopefully she will be our last Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Linda, thank you. Thank you very much. That's another interesting statement. It's an interesting opening, right? But it's true, and people, it's been amazing how popular this has been. I tell people that this is what I'm doing today, and they say, oh, it's about time. Everybody says it. Republicans and Democrats have said it. They're all saying it. Also with us are some terrific people. Governors Greg Abbott. Greg, thank you very much. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you very much, Ron. Mike Braun, congratulations on your victory, Mike. That was a big one. Mike DeWine, thank you very much, Mike. Jeff Landry. Jeff, thank you very much, Jeff. Bill Lee, thank you. Governors, all governors. Brad Little. Brad, thank you very much. Where are you, Brad? Hi, Brad. Jim Pilan, thank you very much, Jim. And Kim Reynolds. These are all people very interested in education. And I even see Dan Patrick over there, my friend Dan Patrick. We're joined also by Representatives Tim Walberg and Virginia Fox, Rick Allen, Michael Rulli, and again, Dan Patrick. Thank you very much, Dan. You've been a great friend of ours. And State Attorneys General Ken Paxton. Ken, I see you there. Andrew Bailey. Andrew, what a job you've done, Andrew. You have some good cases going. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. And co-founder of Moms for Liberty, Tiffany Justice. She's been a hard worker. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. When President Carter created the Federal Education Department in 1979, it was opposed by members of his own cabinet, as well as the American Federation of Teachers, the New York Times editorial board, and the famed Democrat Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. History has proven them right, absolutely right. After 45 years, the United States spends more money on education by far than any other country, and spends likewise by far more money per pupil than any country, and it's not even close. But yet we rank near the bottom of the list in terms of success.
Yeah, there's actually a reason why we're ranking so low, and it's actually a failing of the Department of Education. The school that they handpick that is then tested against the other students from other nations are actually org is fine. Problem with org is that stupid, like, what do you call them? Gammon will save us. So you gotta stay away from the in Orgrimmar, don't you? It almost makes you think that, oh, you gotta level the Bank Tune up at least to like level 12 or 15 or something if you're gonna be an org. Maybe I'll do that. If I have time, I'll just like transfer all resources and money to somebody else and then transfer them back. Because yeah, Undercity, you don't want to fall and die, just in case. I mean, you wouldn't really go into the elevator, so you should probably be fine in Undercity. But I guess TB is probably actually the best. Let's say you accidentally hit auto run and fall off the edge there, though. But less people who could grief are there. Okay, so Undercity might be the best. You're saying? Okay, maybe I will go to Undercity then. I could like just take the don't accept party invite. Oh, okay. Okie doke. So that's what it does. Well, one time I hearthed to the inn in Orgrimmar, and then Gammon just started attacking me, and I was like, "What the heck?" Oh wait, so like the engineer could like kill you? That's crazy. Well, hey. Thanks for being here and experiencing my death. It actually makes it a lot nicer that somebody else was able to witness it as I'm like stress laughing myself through the situation. Man. Man. And you've convinced me. Yeah, Bank Tune is definitely something that I have to have. I think you have to be in a party with them now. Okay, cool. Okay, well, yeah, so just don't accept the party. All right. Oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That is a lot of money. No, 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 no. I feel too bad. No, man, I cannot accept that. I mean, you just saw how much I suck. What if I do something dumb and I die and I lose all of it? Oh my god. How does Mage really make that much money? My goodness. How long have you been level 60, my man? Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't even feel comfortable with 10 gold because I'm afraid I could do something dumb and die. Like I'm like, "Oh, I'll trade this to my other character cuz I need to like buy a mount." And then like I die before I buy the mount. You know? Or I'm like, "Oh yeah, maybe I'll do the undead rogue." And then I just die at like level 18. So I'm like I feel bad. I don't want to take money from other people. Wow. Are you sure? New streamer gift. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And if it turns out that I end up being able to grind a ton of gold and make a bunch of gold, at some point, I'll just have to give it back to you. Or if I don't have anything to spend gold on, and I can make that quickly. Really? You can make 100 gold quickly? Well, thank you so much. Like, seriously, like, salute, man. Okay, so did the gold that you mailed me go back to you already, or do you think it's gonna take like 30 days? Because that's kind of weird. Like, if a character dies, man, that gold should go right back. But I'm worried that it won't, and you'll just be waiting for like 30 days before it sends back to your character. I'm afraid to transfer it to Dream Scythe too, because I don't want to transfer it to Dream Scythe. The hour? Oh, so as soon as it arrives, it'll be like, oh, that it. But what if it's like, like if I transfer, I'm not going to transfer the character at all, because until you get your money back, basically. But yeah, because if I transfer it to Dream Scythe, it's gonna like, I'm worried that it could bug. So can you die in this green goo? No, I can't. I can't drown in it. Okay. Oh, so like so if you die, it gets auto sent back. Okay, that would be nice. I didn't think it did that, but that would be really nice if it does. What professions do you do on your mage? Is it like tailor enchant or something like that? It's ironic that when I finally spend my talent points, I probably mentally think I'm OP now, and then I do something risky that makes me die. Because I'm not really like thinking as carefully. So maybe it was my poor decision to pick talent points that actually got me dead. Because before I was like constantly like hypersensitive to everything around me. Then I was like, oh, the talents are spent. Yay, I'm stronger now. I wonder if that changed some things. Engineering, mining, safest for target dummies. Yeah, I have that on one of my characters. Engineering on my warrior. Um, but it's so expensive. Okay, well, again, thank you so much for the gold. That is very nice. Cautious approach is great for the added level of immersion. More than likely, a target dummy would save the life. Yeah, yeah. Like I dropped the stone claw totem, and I was like, okay, cool, that'll take care of a couple. Maybe I can kill one. And then I was like, wait, another one got on me. Okay, so I need to like slow them. And then I dropped the wrong totem. I dropped tremor totem instead, so that was another mistake. Like, it was just messy. I think I was a little like not fully committed to the reality of what was about to happen. I was like, oh yeah, I've gotten away from a million deaths. This will be fine. Oh yeah, I do see you in the layer swaps quite often. That is true. Yeah. So maybe I've helped a little bit that way. It's just my auto layer add-on, but I'm sure other people are out there helping out too, I'm just another cog in the wheel. But yeah, I really appreciate it, man. It's very nice. It's very generous. Target dummy is choice. Okay. Maybe I will maybe with that being said, my warrior will be the next thing that I mainly focus on. Because this character has a lot of ore that I sent from my other characters because I've been gathering ore on the other characters. And I can probably boost engineering pretty well. I got some tin left over. And yeah, that could help. Maybe I'll get on and do a lot of engineering one day shortly. So this warrior is going full prot because the theory is what takes people say prot levels so slowly, to which I would argue, yeah, I got target dummies, don't worry. So let's see. So the mentality is people say prot takes forever to level, and then I say, well, but prot is the most survivable. And do you know what takes a long time to level? Dying, like I just did. So yeah. So are you doing engineering on your mage? Because for the survivability component, or are you doing like something to make money? Does engineering make any money? I wonder. But yeah. What guild am I in on this character? Eturitarium. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Vari's guild. Okay. That's right. Oh, but do you do engineering on your mage? Oh, you do herb mining. Oh, oh, they've got a lot of money from that, I guess. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Let's see. Excellent escapability with the frost novas and the blinks and stuff like that. I just remember my mage. Maybe it's because I really sucked back in like not even classic era, but like vanilla, um, like 20 plus years ago. And I remember dying a lot because I would like turn and blink into something else. um, but I'd like to think I'm much better at mage now. It was my main character for quite some time. Up into like Wrath of the Lich King and stuff. And then I got really into Death Knight for a long time. But that was mostly Draenor Legion BFA. Definitely had some close blinks. Man, I got, to be honest, I think I was like, I'm gonna have to rewatch this. I was like 1 HP when my heal went off. and then I died, right? But like I was like, oh, I can't believe I'm gonna survive. How wonderful! And then I died. But man, that was a really close heal. It would have been cool if I did something smarter. But yeah. Mage is my favorite. Groups always want at least one mage. Also, yeah, for like a polymorph and stuff like that, and the AOE in the dungeons too, probably. Yeah, I love having mage. I usually try to find one or whisper one when I'm building the groups. Okay, so what am I doing here? I need one more talent point to go somewhere. I got 3 here, 1, and then next I probably need. Everyone says faster taunt is best, but honestly, Sunder is essentially like a high aggro generating taunt. It's better to be able to spam this more often. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Defiance is also just good, so we can get that after Concussive Blow, maybe. I thought you died 2 times before. Well, so yeah, Kahboomzie, first one that I like. I'm saying that I actually died like it's my fault. And the other death was the Hunter, but that was like kind of like a grief murder from like the rogue that dropped everything on me. But yeah, so those are the 2 deaths on this server. But yeah, I guess if you go back to like the hardcore add-on and stuff like that, well, I had a lot of deaths like falling to my death and stuff like that. I haven't done that anymore, but yeah. Oh, you thought that I was going to die like 2 times? Yeah. It was pretty nice surviving like a couple times with my close calls and stuff like that, but like it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. It almost felt like I split to a different server because I don't think that there was that many things in the direction I was going, or they just like all spawned, or because I thought I was checking some stuff, but maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was panicking more than I realized. But yeah. Okay, well that was a level 25 shaman going to level 25 warrior, so it should work out. Yeah, a rewatch should show. I mean, yeah, might as well clip it. I mean, oh, it's so embarrassing though. But yeah, it's probably a good clip. I don't even know if I was actually actively watching the direction I was running. I was mostly focused on like just CCing and trying to control what was already on me. And then things were like padding into me and maybe respawning near, or maybe just I ran into some stuff. I'm usually pretty aware of my surroundings, but I would think, maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was just being lazy, getting tired over here. I guess it is like 11 o'clock at night, or 11:30 almost now, but whew, talking about a death, man. Just talking through it. But thank you again for being in the stream, chatting with me, and also helping me out with this like devastating loss. Man. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Well, thanks. Coming and hanging out in the future stream, stuff like that. Yeah, that would mean a lot, man. And it's also been it's been fun. It's been fun chatting, and hopefully it was a little enjoyable for you. Some of these little, I guess at least my perspective on the education thing. Hopefully that was a little interesting and enjoyable and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been great. Thank you. Wait, who's this guy? Somebody's trading me 40 gold out of nowhere. Okay, now this guy's trying to trade me 10 gold. So this guy is trying to... So this guy named Shining Soul and this guy named Moofs are trying to get me in the party on my warrior. So this guy's trying to grief. So this guy's trying to grief with an engineering mortar that you were telling me about. Yeah, don't worry. I'm listening to you. I'm not going to accept the invite. I'm even telling him like, "Hey, someone telling me what you're trying to do." But they did give me 10 gold. They were trying to give me 40 actually, but then they gave me 10. Weird. I guess I didn't like accept the 40 gold because, like, or fast enough because I wasn't sure if it was a mistake and stuff like that, but yeah. Yeah. So it must be fixed because you said you saw like something that looked like a mortar backfire or something like that. I'm curious. So are these guys just sitting here trying to kill people? That's so funny. Funny, not funny, but so funny. I'm surprised they're getting away with it because don't they have like the rules that you're not allowed to do this? And I guess Blizzard maybe doesn't look at the reports very well. Anyway, I feel like I'm keeping you. You said something about that you needed to go and stuff like that, so I feel kind of bad, man. So if you got to go, yeah, have fun. Great. It looks like a fire nova attack animation. Okay, I didn't notice that, but yeah, I think now that you say it, I do remember seeing something. But interesting. Yeah, I wonder if I clip this, I could report them. um, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool, man. Thanks again. Peace. May God richly bless you, my beloved. Uh, Jesus loves you. I can't remember if you told me if you're a Christian or not, but I think I remember you whispering that to me. But yeah. Epic battle tag name too, man. Dead. I love it. All right. Later. Peace. Okay, well, so here I am on this character, and I have a bank tune now, and I should probably send this money. Oh, very nice. Well, if you ever have an alt or anything you want to get into our guild, just let me know. because we got a bunch of Christians in the guild. They're not all, but a lot of them are. It's called the Redeemed. But yeah, no pressure, no pressure. Just it's something to think about. I don't remember if I actually said that in full earlier. I think I started like mumbling about it, but maybe I didn't finish what I was saying. But yeah. So gutted, so gutted. What do I do? Do I level this? When I die, even though I could play on this warrior, when I die, I kind of usually have a desire to just play something brand new. I don't know, man. This is so hard. Well, I guess it's gonna be the priest. He's pretty new. Okay, well, let's listen to the
An
rest of
amazing
this.
stat. Those are two stats you don't want. The most money spent per pupil, and you're at the bottom of the list. And that's where we are, like it or not. And we've been there for a long time. 70% of eighth graders are not proficient in either reading or in math.
So this is what I was talking about. The Department of Ed, like they put out this test, and they have one school in like New York that takes these tests. This is how I understand it, and this is how other educators have explained it to me. So they might be wrong, and I might be wrong. And honestly, about a lot of the stuff that I've said tonight, about Department of Ed and what they do with admin and stuff like that. I mean, I'm almost positive that I'm right, my mom's right, and the teachers are right, and stuff like that. But I mean, it's possible that there's some stuff that they're wrong about, that we're wrong about, or misinformed about, or don't quite understand. Because I mean, it's very convoluted. But I just figured I might say that before we move on with this.
70%.
Anyway, so yeah, they take the like so again, I might be wrong about this, but like this is how we understand it, or like people who've explained it to me understand it. They take this one school in like New York, and they take some students from that school, and they have those students test, and then they have kids from other nations also take this same test, and whichever school comes out on top gets the highest scores. Now, it's possible that the people from these other nations are picking their top of the top and their best and their brightest. I don't believe that the United States is picking their top of their top and their best and their brightest, because if they were doing that to have their kids take this test to rank our country on this like grading scale for educational prowess, worldwide educational prowess, America should come out on much higher, because especially with these Ivy League schools and some of these things that these students are able to do, and the innovation that we have in this country and all of this kind of stuff, there are definitely kids that we could select to take this test to compare us with other nations that would make us then appear like we are on top. And I'm wondering if other nations are actually actively picking those students to challenge the United States, and the Department of Ed, with maybe some sort of weird motive, is just picking, and this is the way it's been explained to me, that they're just picking uh, random kids or people from this one school that maybe is not even that great of a school, um, to have these kids take this test. And who cares if America looks bad? Because actually, if America looks bad, it's almost like the Department of Ed believes then that'll give us job security, because then it proves that we need to keep having this job to reach out to students in the nation. So it's interesting that like the Trump administration is kind of like seeing through this manipulation from the Department of Ed, and that okay, they're saying that we're doing the worst in the world. So instead of that means you need to keep doing your job to make sure that we get better, they're saying, well, you suck. You should have made us better by now, so we're going to get rid of you, which I don't think is actually their perspective. I think that the Trump administration and the politicians, they know what the Department of Ed is doing, and they know that they are manipulating the data to make us look bad. That's probably really what's going on. So that's another issue with the Department of Ed. Me being an educator, obviously I'm very invested in this, so I've got a lot to say about it. And I mean, again, maybe we're kind of wrong about some of this stuff. The educators that I've been speaking with, and again, I'm in California, right? So these are like liberal people, even disagreeing with this kind of thing for the most part. There's hardly any conservatives, right, in education, and I really don't know what I am. I'm just like an observer. I'm like I'm not like a right or left. I'm just like an observer. I trying to find out what's true, trying to lean on common sense, trying to like call out BS when I hear it. And I feel like that's where most people should be. Feeling like you have to align with a party, feeling like you have to align yourself with a party and worship that party is so strange to me. And it's almost like you're worshiping a party of people that are just manipulating you. So it kind of is concerning to me when I hear that people are like very gung ho about every single thing that the left tells them to believe, or vice versa with the right. So yeah. With that being said, I feel like now that I've kind of got like a refocus on where I'm going with the game and some other stuff, maybe I will just hit play. Oh, dude, that cat looks so cool. Black cat. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I haven't really had food tonight, so I'm gonna go get some food. It'll be pretty quick. It's like I'll just grab some quick little microwave something or something, and then I'll be back. But yeah. Okay, well, I think it's going to take another couple minutes for me to get my food ready and stuff like that. So in the meantime, for people watching, I want to do something so that you're not bored. So I will open up a random YouTube video. Let's try Asmongold. Why not? This is a video. It looks like it's on firebombing Teslas or something. What's happening in Turkey? Well, that sounds neat. I kind of want to watch that one. But maybe we can play... They've actually done it. We'll play this one. It's shorter, so we'll play it. I'll probably be back in about 12 minutes, so you can see this
Elon, first of all, what a triumph to the human spirit, human ingenuity.
So yesterday, I didn't get a chance to watch this because I was in the middle of Assassin's Creed. But yesterday, we had the people from Splashdown right here, from the International Space Station.
And Splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
There it is. So this happened yesterday, last night.
SpaceX Freedom, Splashdown. Good main release.
Copy Splashdown. We see main shoots cut. Nick, Alex, Butch,
Man.
Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
That is crazy. Yeah, why does it look like AI? It does look artificial in a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, I kind of felt the same way, actually looking at it for the first time. But anyway, so yes, that happened yesterday, last night.
Elon, first of all, what a triumph to the human spirit, human ingenuity, engineering. First of all, on behalf of, I know many people in this audience, thank you for what you did for those astronauts today. How were you feeling, you know, throughout the day?
Huge W.
I mean, I
Massive
know I
W.
felt butterflies in my stomach, and I rarely feel them.
Well, I'm actually usually a little nervous about these returns because there's always some risk that something could go wrong. But thanks to the excellent work of the SpaceX team working with NASA, the astronauts are now safely home. And so congratulations to the SpaceX NASA teams on excellent work. And a huge note of appreciation to President Trump for prioritizing and expediting their return.
You have been the chief engineer of SpaceX and remain the chief engineer of SpaceX. It is the first private company to ever make it to orbit. Walk us through the beginnings of that. It is not, it's something that nobody else has been able to accomplish.
Well, it's quite a long story. And there are some books that have been written about it. But in the beginning, we didn't actually know anything about rockets. So our first 3 missions failed, actually, of our Falcon 1 rocket. And we almost ran out of money and just barely made it with the 4th launch. If the 4th launch of Falcon 1 had not succeeded, we would have failed as a company. So we just barely made it. So I have to say that I was not a very good chief engineer in the beginning, but I did learn over time. And I think we've gotten, at this point, to where the vehicle is very reliable.
Yeah, I bet.
We are going to be able to take astronauts to Mars. In fact, we want to take anyone who goes to Mars and ultimately build a self-sustaining civilization on Mars. That is the long-term goal of the company.
That's going to be nuts.
Make life multiplanetary.
I mean, that is a very...
That's a pretty big fucking goal, man. Like, that's crazy to even think about, right? Holy shit. Why does it look fake? Dude, I feel the exact same way. I do.
Bold vision. How long do you think that might take
It's because
SpaceX
it's actually flat.
to be able to accomplish?
I think we could do it in 20 to 30 years.
So
But
really,
but
in our lifetime,
I should say,
if God blesses me with a longer life than I deserve, right? I could always hope. I would love to be able to see that. That would be amazing.
20 or 30 years.
I happen to have a telescope, and I love to look at the stars in the sky and the planets, and I am amazed at the majesty of all of creation and the idea that we even look at the moon and we can go there and come back, or a space station, or you launching the hundreds of satellites you have. I want to ask you this question, if I may, and it's, you know, every aspect of this rescue had challenges and danger. The launch, we start there. Then the rocket landing. I mean, we showed. I couldn't believe you were able to land the rocket that fell off perfectly where.
It's crazy to see her without her hair up like that, you know. Like, bro, she had hair like Marge Simpson whenever she was at the ISS.
Where you wanted it to land. The docking video when they actually connected and got onto the space station. Then the taking off earlier today was a 17-hour trip.
Well, it's not good for you
leading
to be up
to
in
the
space all the time.
splashdown that all of America watched today. Every single aspect of that has danger and complications. Walk us through the dangers of each phase.
Well, on the ascent phase, there's always some chance that either the first or second stage will blow up. In fact, I find it's actually remarkable when you see a rocket. I mean, when I see the...
See, he's trying... what he means to say, it's surprising whenever the rockets don't blow up, but if he says it that way, it might make the investors upset, so he has to say it in a way where it doesn't sound like that. But yeah, it's surprising to me too. Like, wow, it didn't blow up this time. Holy shit, that's crazy.
The rocket, I see a list of all the things that are wrong, all of the ways that it could go wrong and potentially fail. So you could have a first stage failure, a second stage failure, a stage separation failure. The Dragon could fail to separate from the rocket. The trunk could fail to separate from Dragon. There could be a sort of an engine failure on the spacecraft itself. When it's coming back, it's coming in so fast, it's a blazing meteor. And if anything happens to the heat shield, the whole craft is going to disintegrate. So it's remarkable that humans can actually go all the way to orbit and come back from orbit, given the immense amounts of energy that is required to get to orbit and the amount of energy that must be dissipated upon return.
I've noticed that. I was thinking of that myself. Like, whenever I looked at that fucking massive rocket that's like the size of a building going up, is like, think about how much like power and energy you need in order to make a big piece of fucking metal like that go up in the air super fast. That's nuts.
And then the parachutes have to open. That all has to work.
Power. Yeah, exactly.
Now, long term, we are going to be doing, not long term, this year, in fact, we are launching the Starship rocket, which I recommend maybe doing a piece on, because that is truly a revolutionary rocket. Starship is the first rocket that has the potential to make life multiplanetary, to make us a multi-planet civilization for the first time in the history of Earth. And that's truly profound.
What was amazing, and I studied a lot of this because of my need to cover it, at one point going 17,000 miles per hour, going through
That's insane.
3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. You have this thermal protection system. Now, we do know that the Boeing Starliner, you know, we know that it had problems. So these problems that you talk about, we can't take them for granted or get complacent. Explain how you get up to 17,000 miles per hour. How do you withstand 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit and the thermal protection system that protects that capsule? And then the launch, obviously, of the parachutes, which were critical to slow it down for its splashdown.
Yeah, perhaps we should do a longer segment, because I'd be happy to explain it in detail. I'll do the 2-minute version here.
Yeah. Okay.
The Falcon 9 rocket takes off with 1.7 million pounds of thrust. So.
Jesus.
So you can imagine something that has enough thrust to lift an office building off its foundations.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying.
And it gets to orbit. It gets to roughly 17,000 miles an hour in 9 minutes. So from 0 to 17,000 miles an hour in 9 minutes. And then it's just, when it comes back, you've got that heat shield that's got to dissipate that energy. Like I said, you're coming in like a blazing meteor, and hardly anything can survive that heat. And if the heat shield fails, you just get vaporized immediately. So it's we're really testing the very edge of human ability here, the very edge of material science.
See, that's the reason why I wasn't that worried about going to space, because like heat shield fails, you're dead. Okay. Yep, takes like 3 seconds. You're done.
And it's kind of amazing that humans can do this at all.
Yeah, you wouldn't even know. Yeah.
Hopefully this gives, hopefully for people out there, this is a moment of optimism about the future, a moment of excitement about the future, and it portends great things for
No, it sounds like it's time to key another Tesla. For
America
sure.
and humanity in space.
I'm only going to ask you one political question, just for clarification purposes only. I don't think this should really be a political night. I think this is, you know, a moment where the country should celebrate the fact that you were able to rescue them, that it happened successfully in spite of the difficulty, the challenges, and the danger. But I just want to clarify on the issue of whether or not you had offered to send this rocket to space to rescue these astronauts sooner to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I heard somebody earlier today say, in fact, that didn't happen when I believe it did.
No, we definitely offered to return the astronauts earlier. There's no question about that. The astronauts were only supposed to be there for 8 days, and they've been there for almost 10 months. So obviously that doesn't make any sense. SpaceX could have brought the astronauts back after a few months at most. And we made that offer to the Biden administration. It was rejected for political reasons, and that's just a fact.
Do I think they would be willing to reject it and put these astronauts in harm's way in order to have a higher probability of winning the election? Do I think they would do that? Yep. Yep, I think they'd do it. Now, he could be lying. And this could be not true. But I believe it.
Yeah. You know, I followed this from the very beginning. Did America and the world make a mistake by slowing down, going to the moon and to other planets? Was that a mistake on our part? I mean, don't we have so many scientific and innovative breakthroughs every time we go?
Well, I think we'll have tremendous breakthroughs if we
go to Mars.
Well, when we establish a city or a base and then a city on Mars, because we'll have to overcome so many challenges that it'll serve as a forcing function for the development of new technologies that will have tremendous benefits to people on Earth.
Yeah. When, not if. Yeah, no, it's going to happen for sure. This should be investigated like a motherfucker. I love space, but 10 months on the ISS is insane. That's what they should do. And like, if he really, that's a good point, because like, if there's actually communication and they can prove that this happened, which they probably can't, let's be honest, they should be expressing this to everybody, because the moment that, like, you know, yeah, we're gonna leave the astronauts up there so we can not make somebody who's aligned against us look good, like, that is just totally fucking indefensible. So yeah, the astronauts didn't care though.
Okay, I'm sure the astronauts cared. I didn't mean to not talk last time. I had paused it. I got back into the game. I took a quick break to eat and to get a drink and to get some more ice for my hand. I was supposed to have talked about that, but I talked about the whole them being up there for 9 days versus 10 months thing, or whatever it was supposed to be. Whatever numbers they said, I can't quite remember. But that's absolutely insane, which is why I was like, well, maybe we'll watch the next couple minutes of this, because I was thinking that maybe, hey, what are you doing, dog? My dog's doing something weird. It's like, I think it found a spider. Let me check. Man, I'm really just trying to get this ice wedged on my hand, so I can feel a little better. Okay, that feels a little better. Anyway, yeah.
I think they probably cared. Yeah, I bet they probably did care. Are you sure they didn't care? Like, I mean, who decided they didn't care? Who said that? Did you say that? I guess you were the one that decided that. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, what a great conversation.
Elon.
Oh my gosh. I mean, when you've been doing streaming as long as him, I guess you must learn a trick or two along the way to really put these illogical chatters in their place. Who decided that? You? Oh, you decided that. Okay. Oh, it's actually pretty genius. Okay. So we're kind of halfway through this, but we just watched a video that had to do with the guy rescued. So here, let's watch this.
Many of the people that are watching, listening right now, I'm sure they would love to be here. And for whatever reason, the Lord gave me this desire in my heart, and here I am. And I'm not worthy, I'm not deserving, yet He allowed it to happen. And I just pray that He can be glorified in some fashion through it all.
In a couple of days, Wilbur and Williams will begin their flight home. after a space saga that has lasted more than 9 months.
All hooks open.
Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed. Have a great journey home. Godspeed.
So an exchange of poignant words between the Dragon commander Nick Hague and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon. It'll be a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver to enable Dragon to slip out of orbit. Its velocity slowed by 53.2 meters per second, enabling it to begin its high-speed entry back through Earth's atmosphere, and a parachute-assisted splashdown off the Gulf of America at 4:57 p.m. Central.
I did not expect the Gulf of America slap. Okay. Okay. I'm never gonna remember that this, like, is its new name. I'm gonna keep calling it the Gulf of Mexico, and honestly, I don't think anyone really cares what you call it. But I'd be doing it just out of habit. Because I could kind of care less. I mean, I think it's an interesting, like, strategy to do two things. One, find out who's going to openly oppose you initially, like politically, like, oh, you're going to draw a line in the sand on this. Okay, then the presidency won't trust you, because they've done that to, like, the Associated Press, which was interesting that they chose to do that. So it's a little bit of a tactic. But then there's also the component of well, there's some other things that I've talked about before that go along with this, but, like, that's definitely a primary component of this tactic. But I guess the other one must just be, like, if you're gonna find something good, which is arguable if this is good, because not everybody's patriotic, but it's like an odd way to force patriotism, or to reinforce it, even if you want to take a more positive analysis of it. But, like, I mean, it's a small step in the direction of patriotism, maybe. There's probably a lot of other things they could have done, though.
5:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
There is something super exciting about rescuing stranded astronauts from space. But this rescue mission is nothing compared to the one that took place 2,000 years ago.
That eternal hope, like I said, trumps everything. Absolutely everything.
Humanity was helpless and hopeless in the face of certain death. But God promised to rescue us. Listen to what Jesus, the one the Bible calls the Savior, said about his rescue mission. For I have come down from heaven, not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. He didn't go up into space, he came down as a man, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. For the Son of Man has come to seek and to save that which was lost. Make sure you watch this video until the end, when you'll hear Butch Wilmore not only talk about the foolishness of evolution, but also preach the everlasting gospel.
I'm just trying to find where God's hand is, and this was very, very eye-opening, and I needed it so much.
Have you ever heard the Bible verse, the Son of Man has come to seek and to save that which is lost?
I actually haven't.
Do you think you were lost?
Yes.
You believe in God?
No, I believe there is some higher power, which I don't know what it is, but I think there is something.
Do you ever read the Bible?
No.
Did you know in the Old Testament God promised he would destroy death? And in the New Testament we're told how he did it. Did you know that?
No, I don't know a lot about the Bible.
Have you ever heard the Bible verse, the wages of sin is death?
Maybe in German, but not in English, no.
Yeah, it's very famous. It's saying that God is paying you in death for your sins. Like a judge who looks at a criminal who thinks lightly of murder. He's committed murder, but he thinks he's a good person. The judge says, I'm going to show you how serious your crime is. I'm giving you the death sentence. This is your wages. This is what you've earned. And George, sin is so serious to a holy God, he's given you the death sentence. You're on death row. You're in a holding cell. It's got a nice blue roof, good air conditioning, but this life is a holding cell. And your death will be evidence to you that God is deadly serious about sin. So here's a question. Do you think God is justified in giving you the death sentence?
Yes, he's justified.
So you've done things that are morally wrong?
I don't know, maybe.
Well, let's look at the 10 Commandments to see if you're a good person. How many lies do you think you've told in your life?
Tons.
Ever stolen something, even if it's small?
Yes.
So you're a lying thief?
Yes.
You still think you're a good person?
I guess not.
No. The 10 Commandments are like a mirror. They just reflect what we are in truth. Have you ever used God's name in vain?
Yes.
Would you ever use your mum's name as a cuss word?
No.
No, because you respect her.
Of course.
You don't respect the God that gave you a mother. You've taken his holy name and used it as a cuss word. Very serious. Jesus said if you look at a woman and lust for her, you commit adultery with her in your heart. Have you ever looked at a woman with lust?
No.
When did you last look at pornography?
Once with a friend like 2 years ago. But
Yeah, that's called lust. You commit adultery in your heart when you do that. So, George, here's the summation of your court case on Judgment Day. You've told me you're a lying thief, a blasphemer, and an adulterer at heart. So if God judges you by the 10 Commandments on Judgment Day, you're going to be innocent or guilty?
Guilty.
Heaven or hell?
Hell.
Now, does that concern you?
No.
George, it horrifies me. I've just met you, but I love you. I don't want you to go to hell. That breaks my heart. What did God do for guilty sinners so we wouldn't have to go to hell?
He gave up his son.
On the cross. Now, most people know that, but they don't know this. And Isabella, if you can get a grip of this, it's going to change everything for you, so don't let anything distract you, okay? The 10 Commandments are called the moral law. You and I broke the law. Jesus paid the fine. That's what happened on that cross. That's why he said, it is finished. He was saying paid in full. If you're in court and you've got speeding fines and you plead guilty, a judge will let you go if someone pays those fines. He'll say, George, you're guilty, but you can go because someone paid your fine. And it's legal. Well, God can legally take death off you because of what Jesus did on the cross and paying our fine, rising from the dead. And if you'll simply repent of your sins, and you'll never do that while you think you're a good person, it'll be very superficial. But if you repent of your sins and trust in Jesus, God promises he'll grant you everlasting life as a free gift, not because you're good, but because he's good and kind and rich in mercy. You're going to think about what we talked about?
I have a 12-hour flight before me in like 6 hours, so I will definitely think about it on the flight. Because
That is so good to hear. I'm going to give you a Gospel of John, which is the 4th book of the New Testament. And can I give you a book I've written called Scientific Facts in the Bible? You can read it on the way home on the plane.
Yes, it's really cool. Thank you.
Great. Great to talk to you, George. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
If you're going to jump out of a plane 10,000 feet, why would you put on a parachute?
So you don't hit the ground.
Yeah, so you don't die. And your motivation is fear. And that fear is your friend, not your enemy, because it's making you put on a parachute. And because I care about you, I've tried to put the fear of God in you today, hoping you'll see that fear as your friend, not your enemy, because it'll make you serious with the God that gave you life. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
He never sinned. He was worthy to go to the cross and die and incur the wrath of God for my sin. Only Christ can pay the price for sin, any sin. And you believe that, you embrace that, he imputes, justifies you, imputes his righteousness into you, takes your sins away. And that's the only way your sins can be separated, because God, because of his character, must punish sin. He must. His character demands it, and he will. And sin cannot be atoned for except through the blood of Christ, except through the death, burial, and resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. That is the gospel.
When are you going to repent and trust in Jesus rather than in your own goodness?
Right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Are you sorry for your sins?
I am so sorry, yes.
Can I pray with you?
Please, yeah.
Father, I pray for Isabella. Thank you for her open and honest heart. I pray today she'll catch a glimpse of her own sinfulness in the sight of a holy God and tremble in fear, but at the same time catch a glimpse of your incredible love that you extended towards her, and that while we're yet sinners, Christ died for us. And this day may she truly be born again, pass from death to life with a love of righteousness, trusting alone in your mercy and in your amazing grace. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Do you have a Bible at home?
Yes, sir.
Can I give you a book I've written called Scientific Facts in the Bible?
Sure.
You appreciate it today?
Absolutely. Like, I needed it for sure. I'm just trying to find where God's hand is, and this was very, very eye-opening, and I needed it so much. So.
Well, the Son of Man has come to seek and to save that which is lost. So we trust God's done an eternal work in your heart today. It's been great to meet you, Isabella.
You too. Thank you so much. This is so awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
What declares the grandeur of God and just gives you a boost to want to make much of him?
If I look out into the magnitude of creation from this vantage point, with the Hubble telescope, for instance, it can look way, way, way deep into space, and it sees billions of galaxies, trillions of galaxies, stars that can't be counted. I mean, if you counted to 1 trillion, one number per second, you know how long it would take you to count to 1 trillion?
No.
37,000 years. And he made the stars also. And then if I look into the minute, look into the microscope and see the basics of the cell and life, and the code is all there. The code is going to say, okay, make that 4-chambered heart, make that kidney, make that bone structure, make that eye blue or hazel or whatever. It's all within that code that the Lord has implanted within that. I mean, it's unbelievable, the thought, and how people could believe evolution. I'm sorry, but that's faith right there, to believe that all of this just came by happenstance.
Thanks to the generosity of our publishers, we were able to get a massive print of scientific facts in the Bible, which means you can get them for as low as 99 cents per copy if you order them in bulk. See livingwaters.com for details. This is our high-quality, genuine wood treasure chest, and it's packed with 300 metallic, these are not plastic, 10 Commandment coins, with the 10 Commandments on one side and the Gospel on the other side. The wooden treasure chest is available at livingwaters.com. Sexual immorality has devastated too many men, damaged too many families, and marred the gospel's testimony too many times. Now is the time to prepare yourself to fight. Win the war on purity and get our latest book, Fight Like a Man. Living Waters exists as a non-profit ministry to help you grow in your faith. Here are 3 things to help you do just that. The Living Waters podcast, the Evidence Study Bible, everything you've ever wanted to know about the Christian faith, and the starter kit, 4 of our most popular gospel tracks. These and much more are available at livingwaters.com. If you've not watched our video, Christian Stumps Jehovah's Witness, with one question, I think you'll enjoy it. It's had...
Wow, that's pretty cool. I mean, the ardent, faith that you see demonstrated in the hearts of some of these people, right? It's just absolutely incredible. As they hear the truth of the gospel and as God knocks on their heart. And it's fascinating to see this video today of an astronaut, incredibly intelligent scientist. That's what an astronaut is. One of the most successful in our nation. And he is professing his faith in Christ and talking about the issue of faith that people put into evolution. This is basically one of those things that we were discussing yesterday in the stream, actually. I was just talking about with somebody. So hopefully he sees this. And hopefully I'll be able to talk to him again. Or maybe even show this video in the future. Speaking of things from yesterday, there's this other video that has to do with dark energy. And yesterday I was speaking with somebody and they talked about Einstein, essentially, and constants and some of his theories. And I was like, well, what if there are some holes? I'll have to look into this myself. And then, extremely coincidental, this video pops up today, revealing studies that they have conducted over the last 3 years into dark matter. And the video will speak for itself, but it talks about how maybe Einstein was wrong based on new findings that they have today. And that's one of the things we talked about yesterday as well, how science doesn't always get everything 100% accurate and right. You know, like because new findings come out, and then they learn more things, and then it changes like the status quo. And the problem is if new findings come out about in science that prove something, and then the scientific community rejects it, and they refuse to even entertain it, even though there's all this evidence pointing towards this truth. So the astronaut, for example, in the previous video, sees the grandeur of God within the design going into the galaxies, something as massive and unfathomable as galaxy, and then going all the way down into the very like into the molecular level, right? And you can even go into the atomic level, and then into this dark matter and quantum level as well. And science is finding that. So yesterday we talked about how the age of the Earth being 10.4 billion years old is a strange number to come up with. The gentleman in the stream said, well, that's one of the constants that they have calculated using a particle smasher with the Higgs boson something or other, and they've essentially determined that the Earth is 10.4 billion years old because of the constant or the rate, maybe even at which the galaxies are and light is essentially moving away from us. I spoke with my wife even about like the issue of all light moving away from us at all angles, and the example that the gentleman yesterday provided with the balloon theory. But what I realized in hindsight after speaking yesterday, the theory that you are on a balloon and all of the particles on that balloon, they are moving away from you because they're being stretched out away from you. Your perspective of everything moving away from you is relative to your like a position in the galaxy, for example. But then I was like, well, what about what's behind you? And he's like, well, yeah, that's going to be moving away as well. Well, here's the thing. If this only works, this relative perspective of everything moving away at the same rate only works, it literally only works if, and I'm more convinced on this now that I've looked into it a little more, it only works if we are actually the center. Otherwise, there should be things, there should be particles of light that are essentially not moving away from us at the same rate. The particles of light should be moving along with us at the same rate, away from some other centralized source. However, there is no other centralized source. From every vantage point, as bizarre as it is, because this does not sound scientific at all, but it's what we have observed. If all light is moving away from us from this relative perspective in this vantage point, and no light is moving at the same rate as us, or even in some sort of various fluctuation, then we are actually at the center. And if hypothetically Christianity is right, then if God spoke it all into existence from his creation and from one centralized location, and that location is clearly Earth, then the crazy aspect that like all of creation is essentially centered and designed and purposed around our place in the galaxy, because this was God's purpose, was to make mankind. And if that's accurate, and if that's true, and if this is if Christianity is actually true, what we're seeing, what we're observing about light and the rate at which it's moving away from us actually lines up with this. However, this gentleman I was speaking with kind of was saying that like I didn't really quite maybe understand it fully and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, maybe you're right. Obviously, I mean, I asked a few other questions, and it didn't quite. And maybe he wasn't fully explaining because he's trying to like survive in WoW hardcore and stuff like that. But I was like, well, I'm gonna have to look into it, to see if like there is some, because like from my perspective, we're still, or at least we were, assuming that 10.4 billion years old was the age of the Earth. Well, if there is like some measurable constant, if there is some measurable constant or whatever it is that he's referring to that proves that the age of the Earth would have to be 10.4 billion, then that's definitely something to consider and something to look into. However, before I even had the chance to look into it, as I said, scientists have released studies today relating to this. So let's see what they have to say.
Folks, did Albert Einstein have it all wrong? New findings on dark energy are challenging one of his theories and our understanding of the universe. Brent O'Halloran, our science and tech correspondent, explains.
We can't see it, we don't fully understand it, but we know it's out there and is hugely powerful. So-called dark energy is a mysterious force spread throughout space. It's believed to make up around 68% of the total energy content in the universe and causes the universe to expand at an ever faster rate.
Dark energy seems to be something that's tied to the structure of space itself.
Albert Einstein, in his theory of general relativity, theorized it is a cosmological constant, an intrinsic part of space itself. But a newly released study suggests that's not the case.
It's definitely absolutely got the full attention of the cosmology community worldwide, and it's potentially telling us something fundamental about the way that the universe evolves and also about fundamental physics.
Using a special dark energy spectroscopic instrument in Arizona, scientists, including several Australians, looked at data from around 15 million galaxies and quasars over 3 years and examined how gravity is warping light. The data suggests dark energy has not remained constant. In fact, it has weakened. And that's led cosmologists to consider whether the expansion will continue to accelerate, slow, stop, or even reverse.
Or even, here's a random possibility to add on to this, or maybe it's like a ripple, like a wave. Maybe, just a random thought. Or maybe it's slowing down, but then it'll speed up again. Then it'll slow down, and then it'll speed up again. What has been our observable period? What they said, 3 years, where they were really actually observing this particular thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we could observe. If we're observing for much longer, we might see a fluctuation. Well, I guess I'm not pretty sure. It's just like I'm just saying that it's a possibility that this could be the case, right? I mean, anything's possible. At this point, there's so much we don't know. But this echoes something that I was saying the other day. Like, science, obviously, it doesn't know everything, and new things are discovered. And as new things are discovered, old things are either debunked or whatever it might be. And, I mean, scientists discredit evolution. You just saw somebody earlier today, an astronaut, doing that. And even Darwin claimed that if like certain components of his theory of evolution are like wrong, then then this is a problem. And he said if even one component of my theory is wrong, abandon Darwin, essentially his theories, Darwinian evolution, abandon it because it is vehemently incorrect. But however, the scientific community is unwilling to give that up. And many scientists are seeing the science of creation like apparently in the world. They see like my wife was becoming a scientist. She wasn't a Christian. She had gone to church like once in her life after like a sleepover and said, I don't want to go back, mommy. Those people were strange because they were singing and one girl was standing on a chair and it was kind of freaking her out. I guess that girl was being a little eccentric in her worship to God or something. And it was through studying science that she saw, she's a biologist, she saw the majesty in creation and realized, holy moly, there must be a God that designed this. Science leads to that conclusion because we know so much more about creation now, because it's clearly designed. And like, you don't look at a building and say, that came about by random chance. Like, and creation is far more complicated than a building and all the different components. Like, one cell is more complicated than that, and the DNA code and everything, right? And random chance doesn't lead to this ever. No matter how many times you, like, let's say you take a watch and you break that watch in to all of its break it apart, and that watch is in all of its different little components. It is infinitely improbable that you would ever be able to shake up that box with all of the different pieces that make up a watch inside of that box. It would be infinitely improbable to shake that box, open the top of that box, look down, and see that the watch has shaken itself into perfect working order because you shook it. And the human eyeball, this is the human eyeball argument, is far more complex than a watch. With all these separate components, it never could have come to be. Through Darwinian evolution and these theories and stuff like that. So when you have scientists rejecting Darwinian evolution, but then you have other scientists that are high up in the community discrediting you, and they won't even listen to your findings that actually prove something different. Because, like, okay, they're denying they're denying a God type of creator, okay? Because that means that they are, like, if they accept it, then they are going to have to answer to something that is greater than themselves, like a god. Now, I obviously am a Christian, and I believe in the Christian God and everything like that, because it's the truth of the universe. It's found in Christianity. It just is. And I can get into, like, why I think this if people are ever curious. But I've clearly proven. But I can get into it if I need to at a later time with tons of, like, things that have led me to this belief. Because I've actively tried disproving it in my life, and every journey leads to the conclusion that the evidence that is before us demands the verdict that God is, like, who he says he is in the Bible, and it's essentially accurate and correct. But anyway, I digress. The scientific community, like, let's pretend like God is not real. Okay. Let's pretend that nobody in the world is a Christian or anything, and they don't have this religion at all. Now, let's pretend that science has discovered, shoot, we were wrong. This is not random chance. Something, somebody, something, whatever it is, created everything. Because the evidence that science is demonstrating before us proves that something created everything. And all of the evidence is pointing towards this. Any logical conclusion is also now leading towards this. Let's just pretend that this is the situation, right? And let's also pretend again that there's no Christians, no religion in the entire world, and it's just scientific discovery. Okay? Would scientists, as a thought experiment, would scientists abandon and reject the creationist theories? Probably not. if they abandoned and rejected the creationist theories, it wouldn't make any sense. Because if all of the evidence is pointing towards this, then they should accept it. Now, I can see how this can lead to some very secular, like, maybe there was an alien that created everything, or like maybe there is a God, but it's not the Christian God, and because people don't want to answer to the Christian God, because God basically says, you can't save yourself, you are a sinner, you are bad. There is no good man, basically, or woman in this world, no, not one. There is none good but God, and all have sinned and fallen short before the glory of God. And mankind, in our rebellion and in our own selfishness and the ways that we lean into our own understanding, rather than like actually considering the ramifications and magnitude of what God might be saying in these verses, should he be real. And you find yourself in a state of rebellion and rejection, and there is an ulterior motive there because people don't want to be told that they are bad. That's it. And because you don't want to admit that you are a fallen creature and that you are in need of a savior and that you struggle and that you also are afraid and don't like of the idea, and you don't like the idea that you might have to give up something in life if you are to accept God for who he is. So many people don't want, the reason they're not accepting God is actually because that means they're accountable to a God, a being that is greater than themselves. And then they have to be like, okay, well, if God's real, then I have to give up like pornography, or I have to give up drinking, they might think, or I have to give up any other thing that's in their life, like lust or whatever. I guess porn and lust, same thing, but and they don't want to, they don't want to change. They don't want to change for this God that they say that they can't see, but actually you can see God because he is evidenced in his creation. If you simply were to look at science with an open mind and an open heart and consider the true possibility that there was a creator, and then consider, well, which is there a religion that actually is right? And it's not, is there a religion that figured it out? Is there a religion that contains the truth that we are searching for? Like, and if God created us, does he love us? Maybe he's an impersonal God, right? Maybe this God doesn't love you and actually hates you. Sure, there's a creator, but he hates you, right? And stuff like that. And then people can explore their own like thought processes regarding that. But to outright discredit the possibility of a creator when all of the evidence is pointing towards it is a little foolish to me, especially when you see me have a huge conversation with somebody like yesterday where we are analyzing the possibility of God and creator, and we're also thinking about the age of the earth and what science says. And I was told yesterday, and this is what science has always been saying, there's these constants, you can't argue against the constants. Einstein can't be right, and they're like worshiping Einstein and they're worshiping Darwin and all these things because it gives them an out. It gives them a way to deny God in their mind where they feel like they can justify denying this thing. But then you get evidence like this where they say, oh, guess what? We found evidence that Einstein's probably wrong because everything we've been observing for the last 3 years using our scientific technology and our ability to study quasars and stuff like that, it basically makes it so that you have to accept the fact that, okay, maybe Einstein was wrong, maybe these constants aren't even a thing. The dark matter and the light is fluctuating. We've seen it get weaker, so it's fluctuating. Now, what does that mean? And is it getting weaker and stronger in a fluctuation like that, or is it only getting weaker, or is it going to stop moving? This kind of stuff. Is it going to rubber band back to us with a string theory that they have come up with as well? Does this align with string theory? where everything's connected, and then there's that like rubber band theory is what it is, right? Where everything bounces back, and then that bounce back after the Big Bang, the bounce back is where everything is then destroyed. And they've theorized that for a while as well, right? But to say that because this constant exists, we can determine how old the Earth is, and then to take that number that apparently is wrong and to plug that in as a belief, as a presupposed belief to how old the Earth is, in the equation to determine the fossil record, it's just absolutely foolish. So if you're not following, what they do is they say, okay, here's a fossil. Let's find out how old it is. Let's do the carbon dating thing. And I've learned this equation back when I was taking biology, and my professor, we went through this together, and he showed me what the equation looked like. And I said, wait, why is this number here? And I actually didn't know. And he said, oh, that's the age of the Earth. That's 10.4 billion years. And I said, wait, but if you put that in here, that means you're assuming that the Earth is 10.4 billion years old. And if you assume that the Earth is 10.4 billion years old, of course, after finishing this equation, it's going to appear like the dinosaur lived millions of years ago. And he said, well, yeah. And I'm like, what if they were wrong? What if this presupposed idea is wrong? What if the Earth is actually 1,000,000 years old? Wouldn't that change the age of the dinosaur? And he said, yes. And then it clicked. And I had heard about young Earth theory before. And it wasn't something I had ever really thought about. And I said, and then after I asked a couple other years just to be sure, I then asked, well, what if they put 10,000 years in? Would it appear like the dinosaurs lived at the same time as mankind? And then he says, yes. So I said, this equation is, then I was like, well, then this equation is faulty, because the equation is literally based on the assumption that you already know how old the Earth is to then determine how old something is. And this is how they equate these things like carbon dating, for example. And I know there's other dating methods as well, but I'm just using this one as an example. But this is what they do. They plug in to these equations how old they think the Earth is, and then it alters the data. It alters the conclusion. And that's just a very disingenuous form of science, because you're putting in a presupposed belief that you just believe, you blindly believe, because you believe that this other theory might be right. And you believe that the measurement apparatus that you used in that theory could be right. And it's possible that the people that engaged in that other theoretical math that involved this constant or whatever it is that they determined, you assume that they were right in those assumptions and what they were doing. And that's kind of what my point was yesterday. I was like, I got to look into this some more. And sure enough, I didn't even have to look into it. Today, news announces, by the way, all the work we've been doing for the last 3 years proves that, maybe Einstein was wrong, and we were completely wrong about the constants and light and effect by gravity, and light in space is actually slowing down essentially. And I mean, if you know anything about space, like, an object in motion stays in motion, right? And light is mass. And light should not slow down if it's moving at an extreme speed. It should stay at that same constant rate. But it's not. So if light is not staying at that constant rate that it's supposed to be staying at, and in only 3 years we've observed that it's not doing that when we finally started being able to measure this properly, then that means they measured incorrectly when they first measured the whole 10.4 billion years thing as well. Because they applied what they found in the particle smasher to the light that was expanding away from our galaxy, and they plugged it into some measurement and calculation, and they just determined that, okay, well, if this light is going at the same rate, and maybe even going faster, because at that time it was going faster, maybe, and speeding up, it sounded like from this video even, then we can conclude that the Earth is this old, because it would have taken that light this long to move away from the Earth. But if the light speed, because of the dark matter, is fluctuating, and the dark matter is pushing light and bending light and manipulating light at different rates, like, so for 3 years we observed the light being moved at an extremely fast rate, and then now the light is being moved slower. So this dark matter is maybe, who knows what it's doing, right? But it's definitely not behaving the way we thought it was. So the entire assumption that the Earth is 10.4 billion years old, based on light movement, is now fallacious, which makes all of the carbon dating fallacious as well. So could the Earth actually be what it appears to be as far as age? Could it actually be how old it appears to be in the Bible? For young Earth theory, maybe, especially if we're just observing light that's already created and far away from us, and that light has this fluctuation where it bounces back and forth. It might waver, and maybe the entire galaxy is even a part of a larger system that rotates and rotates and rotates around something else. Just like how a planet wavers in the sky and is not always in the same location as it orbits around the sun. Maybe space and the entire universe is far greater than we could ever dream. And maybe every single galaxy out of all these trillions of galaxies, literally galaxies, trillions of them, are a part of a much greater thing that it is wavering within. And maybe this light never moved from one particular spot, bang, and went somewhere else. Maybe the light just was, and due to the design of the universe and the dark energy, dark matter, dark energy, it just wavers in place. Maybe that's actually the situation. It could be. So this is my point. When you question presupposed ideas, then truth can be discovered. And maybe, just maybe, it turns out that science is not actually what we thought it was. And as far in this way, right? It's not what we thought it was. And why did that do no damage? Have I not leveled up my spells in ages? Anyway. So yeah, we can't keep assuming. We assume things, and then we're wrong. And then we try to make sense of it. And then we say, oh, see, even though we were, so people will say oh, that doesn't align with the Bible because we believe this to be true in science. And then I'm like, well, are you sure you're right? And they're like, of course we're right. And then sure enough, a day later, after research that's been conducted for 3 years, turns out, no, they were wrong. Doesn't mean I'm right, but they were wrong when they said that they couldn't have possibly been wrong because it's a constant. So that's the case, right? That's the situation. And that's my point. And maybe, just maybe, the stuff that is written in the Bible never has actually, because it hasn't, and still does not actually contradict anything about the actual nature of the universe. When people try to make it contradict it because of science that relies on presupposed ideas, it is a bit disingenuous. And I'm wondering if there's a reason, you know? Is it because they don't want to answer to a god that is quote unquote essentially greater than they are because he made them and we come from God and all this stuff? So that's just a lot to think about, isn't it? Here's the rest of the video.
If dark energy is evolving with time, it means that our standard model for cosmology is incomplete and also can have a strong impact on the ultimate fate of our universe.
The findings were presented at a summit in California this week. While more data is needed to confirm, this may eventually be considered a universe-shaking study.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I threw this thumbnail on because I thought it looked ridiculous. This is a completely different topic. It gets into like wokeness and stuff like that. We will transition back into Trump with maybe this little thing about illegal aliens, and then we'll hear what he has to say with the rest of what he has to say with the Department of Education, which I'm really interested in because I'm an English teacher, right?
The Biden administration, people in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that's not pleasant. The Biden administration exploited the CBP-1 app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. Now my administration is launching the CBP Home app to give people in our country illegally an easy way to leave now and self-deport voluntarily. If they do, they could potentially have the opportunity to return legally at some point in the future. But if they do not avail themselves of this opportunity, then they will be found, they will be deported, and they will never be admitted again to the United States, ever again. You're never coming in. Using the CBP Home app to leave the United States voluntarily is the safest option for illegal aliens and our law enforcement. It also saves the U.S. taxpayer dollars and valuable CBP.
What is this song that they are playing? Oh my gosh. But that's interesting. I didn't know that it was like also if you don't self-deport, then they are being threatened to never be allowed back in the country like in the future again. That actually puts some weight on the situation, doesn't it? So that maybe people actually take it seriously. Okay, that's evading. I didn't want that to happen. Maybe we'll just kill this thing over here instead. Okay.
And ICE resources, and all of those resources are necessary to focus on dangerous criminal aliens, and that's what we're focused on. The CBP Home app is now available free across all mobile app stores, and I encourage those who have violated our laws to use this option today. Do it right and come back into our country. Do it wrong and you'll never be back again.
Interesting. I didn't know about that. I heard about this app thing and I was like, who's ever going to use that, right? Karen Levitt mentioned that earlier in the video today when the reporter asked, are people even using the app? And she's like, oh, that's a good question. Let me get back to you. But interesting. So I wonder, I didn't see when I wonder how long ago it was that they posted that video. I guess I could go back and check, but I kind of really don't care. If you're curious, it's on the White House page, so you could go look. Okay, now I'm curious. I have to look. That video was Oh, they got live things and videos. See, this is why I suck at YouTube. I can't get lost between the two. Interesting. So we just watched this one from 3 days ago. Where this was this app 2 days ago. This announcement about the app, but I think they announced it earlier. They just made this video a couple days ago with the weird music. Okay, so live. Vance, Trump.
President of the United States.
Oh, this video is better quality. Okay, well, yeah, I'm wondering how far did we make it in this other one? Six minutes. Okay.
After 45 years, the United States spends more money on education by far than any other country, and spends likewise by far more money per pupil than any country, and it's not even close. But yet we rank near the bottom of the list in terms of success. It's an amazing stat. Those are two stats you don't want. The most money spent per pupil, and you're at the bottom of the list. And that's where we are, like it or not. And we've been there for a long time. 70% of 8th graders are not proficient in either reading or in math. 70%. 40% of 4th graders lack even basic reading skills, can't read. Students in our public elementary and middle schools score worse in reading today than when the department opened by a lot. In Baltimore, 40% of the high schools have 0 students who can do basic mathematics. Not even the very simplest of mathematics. I said, give me your definition of basic, and they're talking about like adding a few numbers together. Despite these breathtaking failures, the department's discretionary budget has exploded by 600% in a very short period of time, and employs bureaucrats in buildings all over Washington, D.C. And as a former real estate person, I will tell you, I ride through the streets of Washington and it says Department of Education, Department of Education. I said, how do you fill those buildings? It's crazy what's happened over the years. I'm pleased to report that after offering these federal employees 2 generous buyout options, and they were very generous, and they're good people, but they were very generous. My administration has initiated a reduction in force, and we're already cutting numbers that were really surprising to a lot, that we were able to do it so successfully. And we've cut the number of bureaucrats in half. 50% have taken office, which is great. Thank you. Under the action I'm taking today, a small handful of Democrats and others that we have employed for a long time, and there are some Republicans, but not too many, I have to be honest with you. But the department's useful functions, and such as, and they're in charge of them, Pell Grants, Title I funding, resources for children with disabilities and special needs will be preserved, fully preserved. They're all going to be so. If you look at the Pell Grants, it's supposed to be a very good program. Title I funding and resources for children with special disabilities and special needs, they're going to be preserved in full and redistributed to various other agencies and departments that will take very good care of them. And it's very important to Linda, I know, and it's very important to all of us. But beyond these core necessities, my administration will take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good. We want to return our students to the states where just some of the governors here are so happy about this. They want education to come back to them, to come back to the states, and they're going to do a phenomenal job. You know, if you look, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, I have to tell you, I give them a lot of credit. China's top 10. And so we can't now say that bigness is making it impossible to educate, because China is very big. But you have countries that do a very good job in education. And I really believe, like some of the governors here today, from states that run very, very well, including a big state like Texas, but states that run very well are going to have education that will be as good as Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and those top, Finland, those top countries that do so well with education. I think they'll do every bit as well. And what do you think about that, Governor? Do you agree? I think so. Ron, do you agree? I think so. Florida? Iowa? That's right. I really believe that. They'll be as good as any of them. And then you'll have some laggards, and we'll work with them. And we can all tell you who the laggards will be right now, probably, but let's not get into that. But we'll work with them, and we're going to make them, they'll do a job. I think they'll do a job, and they'll go to sections of the state. For instance, New York, you'll have a Manhattan, and you'll have a Suffolk County, and you'll have Nassau County, and you'll have Westchester County. You'll do 4 or 5 or 6 of them. You have upstate New York, and those counties, I think, are going to do very well. And I think ultimately Manhattan should do very well. But we'll break it down into sections, and I think it'll be really, really good. And they're going to be probably the tougher ones, but I think they have a chance to do really well. But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs, and this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to work. And I can tell you from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly. They want to take their children back and really teach their children individually. Probably the cost will be half, and the education will be maybe many, many times better. So we look forward to this. I want to just make one little personal statement. Teachers, to me, are among the most important people in this country, and we're going to take care of our teachers. And I don't care if they're in the union or not in the union. That doesn't matter. But we're going to take care of our teachers, and I believe the states will take actually better care of them than they are taken care of right now. They'll work all sorts of systems and even merit systems. Those great teachers are going to be maybe a little bit better rewarded, or maybe that's the way it should be, but the states are going to make that decision. But we're going to love and cherish our teachers along with our children, and they're going to work with the parents, and they're going to work with everybody else, and it's going to be an amazing thing to watch, and it's really going to be something special. And Linda, you're presiding over something that's so important, and you're going to do a fantastic job, just like you have your whole life. I know your whole life I've been watching you. I've been watching you for a long time. She's had nothing but success. So it's tremendous to have you, and hopefully you won't be there too long, but we're going to find something else for you, Linda, okay? So this will conclude what we are talking about with respect to our most cherished group of people, and that's our children. We want to have our children well educated. We want them to love going to school. We have examples of it. Look at those beautiful, bright-eyed faces. They are so smart. They're so smart. And with that, I'm going to come down, and we're going to sign a very important document, and we're going to be on our way. People have wanted to do this for many, many years, for many, many decades. And I don't know, no president ever got around to doing it, but I'm getting around to doing it. So thank you very much.
So the problem with the merit system is like I teach honors. So for me, that's really great because my kids are going to perform better like on a test or something like that. And then I would get paid more. Why? Because I was given the kids that are more advanced. And that's the biggest problem with the merit system. And it really should not like be, it's like not ethical. it should not be something built into education, because that's how the merit system is structured. Now you could say, let's just structure it differently. Well, how do you measure if a teacher's good? By student testing data. And you can't even say that, like, okay, let's say like, oh, a teacher retired who was an honors teacher. Whichever teacher has, because you might think this is a good idea. You might think it's a good idea. You might say like, okay, whichever teacher has the most success on a recent test or something like that is going to be the teacher that gets to teach honors next year. Well, then that means they just do well once, and then they can coast and always get a perk or benefit or a higher raise just because they were good with 1 year and they hit the lottery. And really what it is, when you're teaching regular students, you might hit the lottery, where some years because I've taught regulars forever as well, some years you will be given kids that maybe are below average as a whole. Like you've got like 8 kids on IEPs that are really struggling. This is California. Oh, and you might have like a couple other kids that are on 504s and they have like distraction issues, so they're going to get really distracted during a test, and sometimes that comes with like weariness and a lack of a motivation and drive to even like do well on tests, because it creates test anxiety for a lot of kids, so they're going to do a little worse. And usually that's so like I've had this, I'm not exaggerating either, I've had years with like 6 to 8 actually, so it's a little bit of like on the high end, but like a more conservative number is actually very reasonable to say there's like 6 kids with an IEP, maybe 2 with a 504 in the same class, and then you have like some squirrely kids or some other kids that are maybe a little more rough around the edges, where you've got like your 3 drug kids. Unless you're in LA, then like maybe it's way worse than that. And then you have like and then you've got your couple kids that have parents that neglect them, and they stay up all night and they're sleeping in class and they can't get anything done at all. And then you have like some kids that just actually like um, are defiant in the sense that they just like hate school and stuff like that, and then they're just like refusing to try. um, and you might have a year like that with like a bunch of kids, and this is just one class, with all of these challenges. Okay, so if you're on a merit system, and the year that they decide who gets honors, for example, and if you're on a merit system, then you got the short end of the stick, and you'll forever be on the short end of the stick. And the teachers that get honors maybe were lucky and they only had like a couple kids on an IEP and no 504s, and the druggy kids were only going into my class because of a scheduling issue where that other teacher had a prep during the remedial math class prep that got tracked. And it's like this is kind of how it happens, right? Like, so all the kids that are in remedial math in like a rural school, those kids get stuck with teacher B because teacher A has a prep during that period. So it's impossible to actually balance schedules the way people think that they should be balanced, even. So you see how it's impossible for this merit system to work in a system like education. I've mentioned like a few areas where it's a problem, um, and to be honest, like some, like relative to other peers, sophomores and juniors do much better on testing than seniors and freshmen, because seniors have senioritis. They don't even show up half the time. If they're 18, the schools let them sometimes check themselves out as much as they want. And then the teachers never even have the kids in the class like their whole senior year almost. And then the kids will like fail, but then they'll take like credit recovery options to graduate on time anyway, because counseling wants to lick the boots of the parents and say like, oh, we got your kid graduated, be happy, love us, love us, love us. And also they pad their own data to prove that they were able to graduate enough kids on time, even though it sounds sketchy because the seniors were literally maybe on campus 4 times in the entire year. So these kids are going to do really poorly on the tests. And if you're a senior teacher, and if you're just literally a senior teacher, those kids are not going to do as well as like juniors. And it's going to look really bad on you. But for whose fault is it really? It's the freaking seniors that aren't even showing up to work, or freshmen that are just way more squirrely and don't really take things seriously and haven't figured out high school yet. As a whole, on average, they're going to do way worse than like a sophomore class or a junior class who has maybe figured out high school a little better, and they know the importance of taking things seriously always. So they're a little more agreeable. Now, if you get the short end of the stick in any of these fashions, the merit system will destroy you, and it's very unfair that you are not getting paid equally because or maybe you're the teacher that says like, oh yeah, I'll teach the remedial kids, or you're the teacher that says, oh yeah, I'll teach the eld kids, or you're the teacher that says, oh yeah, I'm going to be teaching like a special day class and I'm teaching sped. Well, these kids are not going to achieve at the same rate, and how do you do a merit system type of financial reward for teachers? um, it just doesn't work. The Midwest areas and very many conservative areas do this. And they are very wrong for doing this, and it actually hurts teachers. So Trump doesn't really know what he's talking about. In business, sure, yeah. If you're in business, yeah, you definitely need some sort of like merit system for people working in a business. But we're not working with like numbers and data sheets here. We're working with live humans that have their own wills and their own desires and their own struggles and their own everything, right? Like I've had years where I have like 3 foster youth. I've had 2 runaways. I've had kids that experienced deaths in the family or drugs, or like they became like suicide risks, and none of these kids are going to be taking academics seriously. What am I there for? To love, to help, to be there for the kids, to educate when I can if they're able to have a good day and stuff like that, right? But because I'm in this situation, all of a sudden I, as a teacher, due to a merit system, start becoming bitter, maybe even towards these kids. And maybe I don't mean to. I've never done this because I don't live in a state where this happens, but I could see how that could happen. And that would be detrimental to the interpersonal relationships between teachers and students. Man, I really wish somebody in education would hear my perspective on this, because I'm sure it, people can see how common sense it is, and realize that this is a problem. And you can't merit system reward a teacher, no matter what you try. Kids are not like products on an assembly line that can be diagnosed, and you can't judge teacher achievement based on raw numbers, because we are doing so much more than dishing out curriculum, especially in this day and age where kids are neglected by parents, but it's not apparent enough for CPS to even be involved. And we are just trying to help everyone succeed in some fashion so that they can get through life in some sort of happy way. Like, that's the gist of it, right?
Should I do this? Should I do it? Yeah? Okay. I think so. We have pens for you too, special pens. I'll take this one out. I had one, I was very lucky. I signed another document that turned out to be very good for the country, and I said, let's use that same pen. I don't know, is anybody superstitious? Ron, are you superstitious? Let's use that same pen. Okay. Can you come up just to say, come on up? That's good. It's very important. You're a big factor here. Good luck. Good luck, man. Thank you, everybody, very much. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, this was not funny like I thought it was going to be. Okay, we'll end on this criticism maybe. We're getting there. What is this all about? I know everybody hates this little like Snow White woke girl and stuff like that. So let's see what's happening here. I just saw it and I was like, what's happening? Tesla attacks spike across US, Canada. Is that what they're... Snow woke and the 7 pronouns? I swear I didn't even read that when I clicked on it. I was just like, oh, a Snow White thing. Let's open it. Snow woke and the 7 pronouns? What a terrible title. A brutally honest review of Disney's new movie. Okay, it's 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Let's see.
I want to run out of time to review the Snow White movie, so I'm going to, Evelyn, skip straight in.
What?
Straight into that. Disney, as you know, has quietly released now the remake of its classic Snow White cartoon from 1937. Quietly, because the remake star Rachel Zegler had signaled this would be totally woke, and it didn't go down well. She said there would be none of this being woken up by a kiss from a prince. Here she is.
The original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Yeah. Weird. Super weird. So we didn't do that this time.
There were reportedly not even going to be dwarfs either. Rainbow people instead, until there was a fan protest. And even the word dwarfs isn't mentioned in this remake. The film has people saying, don't mock Sleepy as a neurological condition. And Dopey, is it really Dopey? That'd be rude. Reviews are out now. The Australians reviewer gives it just 1 star out of 5. Evelyn Ray, are you surprised?
All I can say, Andrew, is that she'll be very thankful that there wasn't a prince to wake her up so that she can see all the reviews about the movie that she's been in. But, you know, they're actually saying that this is Disney's, well, potentially Disney's biggest flop. I think they've spent over $300 million. Like you said,
No.
I think they did a whole movie and the reviews were that bad they had to redo it, and even their redo has completely and utterly failed. Although, you know what's interesting, Andrew, it got, I think, 2.1 rating on IMDb, which is less than what the Little Mermaid live action remake made. But I suspect what they're going to do is exactly what they did for the Little Mermaid remake, which was say that, you know what, all of the negative reviews are just from all of the racists out there. They actually had different platforms adjusting the ratings and saying, you know what, I think this much of the ratings were from racists, so we're just going to delete them and give it this artificial reading. I suspect that's exactly what they're going to do. But I think there's a little bit of hope, Andrew. I don't know if you've heard, but we've just heard that for the first time in 2 decades, there's a new Disney Pixar animated series out there where they've put an openly Christian character in the series, and they've replaced it, or they've actually cut out of that same series a transgender plot line. So I wonder whether it took Disney to hit rock bottom to lose potentially $300 million for them to bring back what every parent across the world wants, which is child-friendly, Christian value, good entertainment, things for kids again. That's all everybody wants. And so hopefully this flops so hard that they finally learn their lesson.
Will they, James?
Well, Andrew, woke is a poison apple, and Disney have had a big bite of it. This movie should be called, they should call this movie Snow Woke and the 7 Pronouns. It's so bad, if you were to watch this movie on an aeroplane, Andrew, you'd walk out.
No, well, thank you very much. I actually, even if it wasn't my imminent death, I wouldn't watch in fascinated horror about how the 21st century started off so poorly. That's what I would do. I mean, fancy, honestly. I've got to go, guys. Thank you so much, James McPherson, Evelyn Ray.
No. Well, I died. I was talking to somebody about God, and I died on this character, so it's my second death of today. I was like, okay, cool, I can fight 2 characters. I'm level 14. I've been able to fight 2 characters usually on all my characters, even this one. But he died. So, release spirit. Anyway, this guy named Elon Tusk X was like mad that I said Jesus loves you, but he was also a Christian. So I was like, why are you mad? We do Bible studies and we talk about God, and we've got a Christian guild and stuff like that. And he seemed to be adamant about being mean, so I tried giving him some more encouragement, but while doing that, I kind of died. Hmm. So we watched the rest of this. Alright, my troll died. My shaman 25 died. It's been a rough night. Maybe I am just really tired. Or distracted. Well, I don't know if I have the energy to really even watch the rest of these. Breaking news videos with Levitt. I was curious about this witness rails against gun-free zones thing. Seems like a citizen is talking about some stuff. Not quite sure. Haven't watched, obviously. I don't like to pre-watch these things or anything like that. This guy is talking about the border, and he's talking about tariffs. So it's going to be important to see what they have to say, obviously. But maybe this will be for tomorrow night? Maybe? Okay, we'll see. A 5-hour stream, 5.5-hour stream, 2 deaths. Very generous guy, Chevy Chaser. He gave me 100 gold. It's on my bank tune. Okay, so it's safe. It's safe. You know, I'm not gonna do something foolish and lose it all, right? So that's that. And let's see. We had a lot of conversation about education tonight and some anecdotal stuff, but also like some pretty concrete stuff. We even expounded upon our conversations from yesterday with new evidence that was dropped today about the dark energy findings, and we kind of criticized and heard about what the different news sources had to say and stuff like that. These are a little more recent. I'd love to make sure we get to these just because the breaking news things from the White House briefings are always fascinating. So hopefully we can get to them. Okay. Let's take off. So may God richly bless you, my beloved, and Jesus loves you, and he really does. And thank you for watching and for making it this far. If you've been watching this far, it means the world. I mean, I guess, it means a lot. Any support is very highly appreciated. I'm a brand new streamer, really trying to see what I can do with this and see what I can offer. But yeah, God loves you. Peace. Kahboomzie out. Kahboomzie TV out.